The session is resumed. The next on our agenda is the resumption of the consideration of the budget of the Department of Transportation and Communication, including the budgetary support for the government corporations under the DOTC. The principal sponsor for this budget is Senator Lauren Legarda, who we now recognize to continue to defend the budget. We suspended the deliberation on this budget yesterday, so may we ask if anyone in the chamber would avail of the period of interpretation. The Minority Leader, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Naigsi lang ito po. Ang tatanungin ko lang, Mr. President, ano ba problema ng MRT? Yun lang.
Ito po ay isang lumang sistema, pero ngayon po ay takdang rin na rehabilitate at para po maging mas maayos po ang pagpatakbo ng MRT.
Ilang train ba ng...
Additional trains are being added. The original number of trains was 73 and new trains of 48 is being added. That would be 73 plus 48 trains. Yes.
At yung bang mga bagong bibilhin na mga train compatible doon sa mga naiwan?
Yes, the original trains and the new trains
at
are compatible.
Magiging mahusay na ang tayo ng ating MRT at pagkikinabangan na ng mga pasahero.
Opo, ito po ay pangako ng DOTC na magiging maayos na po ang pagpatakbo ng ating mga tren.
Kailan kaya mayayari yun?
Pangako nila, hindi ko pangako. Hindi. Pinapangako para sa kanila. Sabi ko, pinapangako ng DOTC na maayos na po. It is the responsibility of government to give our commuters and the riding public decent, safe transport. And so, that is their mandate. They are duty-bound to make it efficient and effective. And the acquisition of new trains, Mr. President, which are, and the rehabilitation of the old ones will ensure the smooth, effective, efficient mass transport for the Philippines.
Naniniwala po ako doon. Ginoong Presidente, ang tinatanong ko lang po para sa ating mga mamamayan kung kailan nila maaasahan yun. Diyan lang.
Isang taon po yung programa ng hindi lang rehabilitation kundi yung mga bagong acquisition po. Mararamdaman na po natin sa unang quarter of 2016 yung mga bagong tren hanggang sa 2017.
2006
In a few months, sir. Opo,
2016.
sa first quarter po of 2016, ilang tren ang
first
ating...
quarter.
Maybe 6 vehicles. 6 vehicles or coaches? 6 coaches will be made available in the first quarter of 2016 as a start, but the whole new acquisition will be ready in 2017.
Ay, sana po magkasakali ang maging presidente na noon ay mga Binay at mga Po o kaya Duterte kung sino man pa.
Meron kayong nakalimutan pangalan po?
Si Mar.
Oh, yun.
Oh, yun. Salamat po.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Senator Enrile. Is there, Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized. Will the chair of the Committee on Finance yield to Senator Cynthia Villar?
Mr. President, I just want to have an update on the developments sa PNR because we extended the life of PNR for another 50 years and we want to know what to expect from PNR this coming years. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
The trains from Manila to Bicol are being constructed and rehabilitated, and there is an ODA from Tutuban to Malolos, and a PPA from a PPP from Tutuban to Legazpi, all the way to Legazpi. This whole project will be completed within. It's a long range, maybe a 5-year project. I believe in this project. I believe that we should start riding trains, and this train should be made safe and effective. And yes, we've extended the life of the PNR. And are you on track with the project? Yes. And they're on track with the project. Yes.
I just want to know the timetable, because when we extended the term of PNR, they said that we extended the term June of 2014, and they said that they can we can expect the Bicol to function by December of 2015, and then it was postponed to June of 2015, but instead of the Bicol train functioning June of 2015, the commuter train broke down. So lalong nabawasan yung yung ating services. So I just want to know, we cannot wait for 2022. We just want to know what will happen to the existing and what will function and what will not function. Because our talks would be about the existing, not about the 22 and 22 target, because it's too far. Okay. Existing, what will happen?
The trains will be running by third quarter of 2016. From what part? The whole program, Madam Senator, will be till 2022. Yes, there were commitments till 2015. However, for safety reasons, assessments were made, and they realized it was not possible. Mm-hmm. But then a part of it can be felt, can be used by 2016, third quarter, from Alabang to all the way to Naga, already in 2016.
The old train.
The old train from Alabang to Naga will be available and rehabilitated by the third quarter.
He was telling you about Calamba. When will Calamba be finished?
By middle of next year, Calamba will be finished.
So June 2016, Calamba, and then when will be Naga?
To Naga, third quarter of 2016.
So September of 2016.
Yes.
Sana tama na yan, baka masira pa lalo kaysa tuloy yan. So it's, right now it's up to Alabang.
In fact, yes, if I may, I will ask them to submit to us the exact timeline.
Yeah.
The state of the present trains, the acquisition of the new trains, when will it be completed by phases till 2022, and the reasons for the delay, because they said it would have been available by 2015, so that we have a comprehensive report.
Yeah, I think that 2022 is more ambitious. We just want to know this old system to function up to Naga. So it's functioning up to Alabang. By June of 2016, it will be in Calamba, and then by September of 2016, it will be in Naga. Did I understand it right?
That is correct,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
And we will give you a copy by this afternoon. Do you have it available? Tomorrow. By tomorrow noon time, the Committee on Finance and the Office of the Senators present here today will have a copy of the report on the PNR railway system, including all the, you'll be interested, stations, heritage buildings, because the stations are beautiful, but some were already demolished, like the one in Lucena.
Okay. The Senator Soto
Yes.
wishes to be recognized.
Not the well, anyway, but that will be part of the report. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. What is the total budget of the DOTC?
The total budget of the DOTC and attached agencies is 42,653,486.
42.
That is not including the PNR and the LRTA. The Philippine National Railways has 1,820,122, and the Light Rail Transit Authority has 922,764,000.
Do I get it right that there is a 29.9 billion proposed budget for the modernization and rehabilitation of airports, seaports, and railways?
Is there additional budget?
No, this is the allocated budget for the modernization and rehabilitation of airports, seaports, and railways.
There is a budget for that.
Is my figure correct? 29.9 billion?
29 billion. For seaports and airports, can we have that? $29.9 billion is the proposed budget for 2016 for aviation, railways, ports and lighthouses and harbors, roads and bridges, and governance projects.
All right, so I got it right. The figure is correct, no? 29.9 billion for that. Well, according to the OTC, how will this affect our problems in our transportation system?
How will the construction...
Do they think that 29.9 billion would be able to resolve these problems that we have?
Yes, these will greatly improve accessibility to areas where these roads and bridges and ports and railways will be. As we discussed earlier, with the improvement of the PNR railway, it would improve access to Region 5, to the Bicol region, hopefully completed soon.
Okay. If my computation is right, 41% of the OTC's proposed budget would be earmarked for the rail sector.
41% for the rail sector. Is it 41%? Well, of the 29.9, it's 7.96B for the railway sector. So that is what percentage? Not 41.
Rail sector, well, when I say that, I mean the MRT, LRT, and PNR.
27%.
27% lang. Including PNR?
Kasama ng PNR dun sa railways? Not yet. The
Separate
PNR
yan,
is,
okay. Yeah.
the PNR has a different budget. The budget of the PNR is 1.8 billion, Mr. President.
All right. Well, I just called it the rail sector dahil pare-pareho sila sa rail. But anyway, for the MRT alone, I overheard you saying the number of trains were 73? Is that how
The original, yes.
Yes. And how many will be added?
48 new trains have been acquired already.
14? Sorry?
There are 48 new acquisitions.
48. Okay.
Yes, the 48 are the 70 are the original trains, and there are 48 newly acquired
48
to be
newly
delivered.
acquired.
Yes.
So, would you say these are the only improvements that we will have in MRT and LRT? What other improvements do you have in the works?
Yeah, repairs are being done on many things. The repairs of elevators is being done. Even the rails are being appraised, rehabilitated. Coaches, the acquisition of new coaches, as I mentioned, is being done. The old ones are being rehabilitated and being overhauled. So
These are all included in that budget that you are proposing now?
yes, Mr. President, even the replacement
You have toilets in MRT, LRT
inside the coaches.
buildings? No, not inside. I mean the stations.
There
Yes,
are coaches in the stations.
yeah,
There are
toilets.
comfort rooms. Yes,
Comfort
toilets.
rooms. Okay. And you are also including that in
They're
the
also
improvement?
included in the rehabilitation.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You have CCTV.
So,
You should have CCTV. Should be well lighted.
did I
CCTV.
get it right? Sometime next year, we'll be experiencing the effect already of this budget allocation for the rail sector, specifically MRT and LRT.
By first quarter? By first quarter, before the summer, we hope to feel the difference for the commuter riding public in
So-
terms of the efficiency.
So will that mean also shortened passenger queues?
Because-
No more delays in arrivals of
Hopefully.
trains,
With additional trains and additional terminals as well.
and no more overloading of passengers kaya?
Because of the automatic fare collection system and because of the additional trains that have already been purchased to be delivered, hopefully by the first quarter of next year, the monstrous problems caused by lack of trains will be solved, and there will be more ease in commuter traffic, hopefully by first quarter of next year, Mr. President.
Right. Yung issue ng overloading, daming kwento kasi nakakarating sa amin.
We should not overload.
Senator Po tried it once. Pagka yung overloaded na sila, talagang kawawa din yung mga pasahero natin, mga kababayan natin, lalo na yung mga babae. Yung mga bata, mga buntis. Kumisan, pagsiksika na, ang nahihinga na nung isa, yung batok nung isa. Ganong kasiksik eh. No? So,
Si Tito talaga.
we're very concerned about the comfort of our countrymen. Yesterday, Senator Enrile posed a question. We did not get the answer. So can we get the answer now about the issue on load factor and the transfer time?
It was Senator Escudero who was asking those questions.
Really?
You have
okay.
that already?
Perhaps I can leave that to Senator Escudero's time later, in that case. I thought it was Senator Enrile who asked it. So it's all right. We'll wait for Senator Escudero and make him
Iayos ko na.
ask the questions. I'm not too familiar with that particular issue. The budget of the PNR, Senator Villar earlier asked about it. How much again? And is
It's
this
1,820,122.
1 billion,
1.8 billion.
1.8 billion? Halos pareho lang ng pambili ng mga contraceptive to. How much will it cost for the PNR to travel or to be built from Ilocos to Bicol?
Have you conducted any study?
Yan ang one big growth corridor,
Tutuban
if you're
to-
able to do that.
Again, Tutuban to... what we have is Tutuban to Matnog.
Yeah, but no, that's good
Tutuban to
na, yeah.
Matnog in Bicol, in
far enough,
Sorsogon,
yeah.
is 171 billion. And Tutuban to Malolos would be 117 billion. Currently, we don't have figures from Tutuban to Ilocos.
No, from Malolos to Ilocos.
From Malolos to Ilocos. That is
Would
not
that-
available now.
Pero perhaps that would be the same as Tutuban to Matnog. Ano, more or less, ano?
Oh, interesting, no? For 171, no?
Yeah.
For,
Oh,
you have 10 billion for the...
171, 117. So, yun.
Ilang oras yan, Tutuban to Matnog?
At saka siguro kung nakapackage ng ganyan yan, hindi 459 yan, baka mga 400 lang yan. Pero hindi naman sabay-sabay gagawin yan, unti-unti yan. Unti-unti yan.
May banyo.
I suggest that it's not too much. You should make a study on that. Di ba?
Yes?
Uh-huh.
They're ongoing.
Oh, good.
From where? In fact, it would interest you to know, Mr. President, that there are studies from Malolos to Tuguegarao. Malolos to La Union and Malolos to Tuguegarao. It would be so interesting and
Very
actually,
good.
it would be so romantic to be riding in trains.
Oh, yes, definitely.
I love riding
Oh.
in trains. I go around Europe in trains. Ano?
Those kind of trains, ha?
Mabilis eh.
Hindi yung bagol.
Ha? Ano?
Hindi yung bagol na puro alikabok. Hindi yun. I tried it once. Anyway, all right. So,
Maganda mag-excursion ng mga senador na nasa mga
perhaps
trains.
the next Congress will be able to receive a proposal from you. Ano? All right. Now, you have a budget proposal amounting to 3.63 billion as subsidy for mass transport. Tama ba?
The MRT subsidy.
All right. With this, and with the approval of Congress, are we assured that there will be no fare hike in 2016?
There's a subsidy of 3.6 billion for the MRT3. And no fare hike will happen.
Siguro naman, with 3.6 billion subsidy, hindi naman ninervyos yun yung mga kababayan natin na mayroong magkakaroon na naman ng pagtaas ng pamasahe. Ano po? Alright? Okay, I see the Secretary nodding. Thank you. On another issue, may we have an update on the Laglag Bala scam? How many cases of found bullets were recorded by the Office of Transport Security for the past 3 years?
How many laglag ba?
Ilang mga kasong nagkaroon kaya ng ganon? And may we know how the OTS disposed of the cases?
I have the number of the total cases of laglag bala. Is it tanim bala or laglag bala?
Whatever.
Okay. Okay, ammo incidents to be
All right.
very accurate about it. Suspected ammo 1,403, and non-live ammo, 453. I believe suspected ammo would mean suspected live ammo, but never confirmed as live. That would be the prosecution would decide that, and the non-live ammo would be souvenirs, even amulets. I never really knew that ammos were used as amulets. It's quite a big number. So it's 1,856 total of cases of both suspected and non-live ammo, Mr.
Over a
President.
span of how long?
Just for 1 year. That's for 1
just
year.
for 2000, what, 2014?
2015, for this year.
2015, so not even a year. 10
Yes,
months.
yes.
No?
And
Span
400
10
of
months.
that are amulets and non-live ammo.
Yeah. Ang hirap intindihin, ano? Paano 1,403? And then 453 amulets. The 453 amulets, I can understand. Because may hilig talaga tayong mga kababayan natin sa ganun eh.
I never expected.
Pero yung 1,403, really,
That means
your
there's
investigation
one a
is
day.
ongoing, right? And then there's an NBI
There's
investigation
5
ongoing,
times a
right?
day. You have 365 days in a year. And it's 1,400. So that's how many times? 5 incidents a day. An average. 4 incidents a day.
Ang hirap kasing maintindihan na
Nationwide.
meron tayong ganong karaming kababayan na hindi ko naman pwede sabihin katangahan yun. May dala kang bala, pupunta ka sasakay ka aeroplano, isa lang. Kung isang magazine yung dala, hindi ako magtataka eh. Pero isang bala. Anyway, how many cases were filed in court of the 1,856 for 2015?
How many cases were filed? Only 3 cases were filed in court? Kinasuhan ng aviation security ang mga... Of all these 1,400, not including the amulets, there were 71 cases filed against the passengers. 71 cases were filed against the passengers. Among the OTS personnel, there are 17 being investigated regarding this issue, Mr. President. 5 have been charged for extortion, for planting, for grave misconduct. The NBI is currently investigating it, Mr.
All right.
President.
Have you not considered the possibility of merely confiscating them? A policy to that effect. Isa lang naman yung bala eh. Confiscahin nyo. Because if you have that kind of policy, mawawala yung bintang ng extortion eh.
Mr. President, they can't just confiscate it because there is a law where if you have a live ammo, you have to go through the process and it violates that law. RA 10591. I'm not familiar with that law.
Right.
However,
It's a law authored by Senator Onasan. We'll take it up with him. Perhaps an amendment would be in order.
however, for the non-live ammo, a mere confiscation is done.
Okay. Now, aside from the ammo scam, all right, I've read in the news that there is also this so-called lampas droga incidents in our airports. This lampas droga is said to be the smuggling of illegal drugs by outgoing passengers whose contraband slipped through or past the X-ray screeners of the OTS. And the reports say that the X-ray screeners failed to detect, lately lang, 2.5 kilos of hand-carried luggage of 4 Filipinas who were arrested in Hong Kong for illegal possession. there was an interview on radio by with one of your officials in the OTS, I think. And when he was asked how come you're able to detect one bullet in the luggage or in the hand-carried luggage, but you cannot detect 2.5 kilos of cocaine. And there was an answer from that particular official. The name escapes me now. He said it's not included in the list of prohibited items. Kaya daw hindi raw siguro pinapansin. Totoo ba yan? Sinabi ba ito? I think it's OTS head Roland Recamono that was quoted on the radio. What is the list of prohibited items in the airports? Sa mga screeners nyo, OTS. Ano ho po ang listahan? Can we have a copy?
You have it now.
No, can you
the
have
copy
it now?
will be furnished by this afternoon. You have a copy now?
Maiksil list lang yan siguro. Yes, please.
By today.
Ano?
Yes.
Prohibited. Don't tell me the dangerous drugs are not included in your list.
It is. It should be.
Eh, hindi daw eh. Sabi daw nung official nila eh.
Maybe I should read it into the record. Do you have
Yes,
it?
please. Read into the records the list of prohibited drugs because otherwise, either he
Akin na muna yung listahan. I will read it into the
did not know what he was talking about, but he lied to the reporter.
You have the list? Yeah. By the way. No, ito lang. Yung based on the International Civil Aviation Administration. That's according to our domestic laws. It should be comprehensive. Based on the list of the International Civil Aviation Administration, there is a list of prohibited items that should not be carried in aircraft. And because the mindset perhaps of the International Civil Aviation is terrorism, it bans air guns, bolt gun, ammunition, shells, bullets, etc., firearms, flare gun, harpoon, nail gun, all kinds of guns, pistol, revolver, slingshot, compressed air gun. It does not ban drugs.
No, but
However,
yes.
because this is banned by our domestic law, then it is banned. But according to this memo, based on the International Civil Aviation, these are the list of prohibited materials, including stunning devices like insect repellent,
Yes.
tear gas, and sharp objects like bolos, and even canned products, and cockfighting knives, and ice picks. It's a long list.
Yeah,
Even scissors.
what about water? Water?
Yes, it's here.
Oh, perfume.
It's here. It's a long list.
Yeah, di ba? Bawal din yun eh.
Ito mahaba po eh. I can give you the name.
Hindi ba dapat magkaroon din tayo ng sarili natin aside from the international, di ba?
Even tape
bawal
measures are bawal. Retractable tape measures, tape ducts, all kinds of blunt instruments, and even dumbbells, even ice skates and skateboards, and fishing rods are also banned. scuba diving equipment and tripods, pyrotechnics, ammunition, matches, lighters.
Parang hindi maganda ang balance, ano? Bawal yung mga yan, bawal isakay sa aeroplano, o bawal pumasok sa airport ng dala mo yan. Pero hindi bawal may dala kang 1 kilong marijuana.
Bawal yun.
Eh, hindi daw bawal. Wala rin sa liste, eh. Sabi nung opisyal ninyo, eh. Kailangan
That
sabihin
is
ninyo.
banned under Philippine laws.
Correct.
Under this international civil aviation law, because their mindset is anti-terrorism, they have limited to that. It should include drugs.
Correct. So, dapat
Bringing in even
bawal din
a-
sa atin.
Bawal sa atin, yes, because of domestic
No,
legislation.
the officials of the OTC should say that when they are interviewed on radio. At hindi sasabihin, wala sa listahan, eh.
Did they
Oo
say
nga, wala
that?
Yes.
Oh, that's wrong.
Wala nga sa listahan, pero
Meron
bawal, eh.
nagsaba? Sabi? Well, that is a problem of communication.
All right. I think I have driven
They
my...
admit it was they
Yeah.
were wrongly quoted or wrongly communicated, Mr. President.
Well, as long as we brought it up, it's good enough for me. At least alam na nila ngayon. Now, may mga sniffing dogs pa ba kayo? Sa mga airports, seaports? Still have sniffing dogs?
You have sniffing dogs, no? They have sniffing dogs, anti-drugs, against explosives. Basically, those two.
Sa inyo yun o sa PIDEA?
Mia. Mia. The Mia has its own. PDEA also has. For Mactan, Cebu, PDEA has. But here for Mia, for Metro Manila.
Yung sa MIA, sino po may-ari nun at saka sino nag-train nun?
The capability, Mr. President, is both in-house and they also subcontract it, outsource it, yes. But they have the capability with K9.
Okay.
The MIA has their own as well.
I suggest that the secretary, the OTC secretary, check on these sniffing dogs. No, the ones that you said are owned by MIA. I have no doubt about the sniffing dogs that come from PIDEA. Trained yun for drugs. Baka yung sa inyo, trained lang for explosives. Because I encountered a problem before that there were sniffing dogs that we bought. But they were not trained for drugs. First of all, they could not be trained because they have to have illegal drugs. The trainers have to have illegal drugs to train them. You know, and the MIA, I suppose, do not have illegal drugs unless the ones that they confiscate, they keep. So I suggest that you look into this matter well and make sure that we can include it in your budget for the procurement of sniffing dogs for not only explosives but illegal drugs also. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Now, smoke belching. Ano pong update natin dito? Who's in charge of smoke belching sa DOTC?
Who's the head of LTO? They're not implementing our law.
This should be a concern of the chairman of the Committee on Finance, Madam Environment, because it's terrible
It's terrible.
It's terrible, not only in Metro Manila, but also in the highways going to the provinces. I drive up north, I drive up south. Every time I visit Senator Recto in Batangas, I encounter so many smoke belchers on the road. How are these guys? How do these guys get their registration or able to register their cars?
I asked the same question. In fact, I was just chiding them because they are not implementing the Clean Air Act. Every day I take the number of the plates who are smoke belchers, and I wonder why they're plying the streets, whether public or private vehicles. I go to Tagaytay every weekend so that I can sniff fresh air because I am suffocated by this polluted metropolis. But even in Tagaytay City, I see smoke belchers there. So, I agree with Your Honor that the Clean Air Act is not strictly implemented. So, I hope to answer your question how the LTO is able to renew licenses and paano ba nakakapasa itong mga smoke belchers? Paano nga ba? The private emission testing centers, there's so much corruption there. Because some of the private emission testing centers fly by night or they pay and then you get your permits even if you do not undergo. Have you gone through the whole list and do you actually check them? I
think it's about time the DOTC upgrade and update and check on these testing centers, these smoke belching testing centers, because it's terrible, horrible. I have an aunt who lives in the United States. She is 95 years old. She still smokes cigarettes. When she came to visit us, and she was coughing. I said, Tita Puring, you're 95 years old, you're still smoking, that's why you're coughing. She said, no, I'm coughing not because of my smoking. I'm coughing because of your polluted air here in Metro Manila.
That's true.
That's what she said.
And based on studies, the pollution of Metro Manila does not come so much from industrial sources, but from mobile sources, which means vehicles. That means that the air quality that we breathe, which is, can I have the exact number of particulates? What is the ideal compared to what is the air quality now? In terms of air quality monitoring, we are way beyond what is supposed to be the level of a livable city in terms of TSP. And the reason for that, I believe, should be stricter implementation of the Clean Air Act by the LTO. You should have bantay, parang HPG. Maybe part of the HPG, or you can deploy your own civilians in every polluted corner of the metropolis to take down or have monitors or CCTVs or flag down and impound those vehicles that violate the Clean Air Act.
And find out who gave them who's the testing center that gave them a certification.
Yes.
And you immediately decertify them or
yes. To be fair to
close
them,
them
Mr.
down.
President, they have penalized vehicles. They have what's PETC? Private emission testing centers have been suspended with penalty. 71 of them. They have a number of PETCs with show cause order. 379. They've fined. But this is not enough. You've canceled the 41 PETCs within the next 2 years. So you're trying. Perhaps it's not enough. You need to do more, and you need to be very strict. Bantay Usok. Launch a Bantay Usok program. There should be not one vehicle. Dapat wala nagbubuga ng masamang hangin na binubuga sa mukha ng mga tao na pagod na naglalakad na walang masakyan. It's become such an unlivable city because of the smoke.
we're giving you the people's money.
Yes.
I hope you get these smoke belchers off the road.
And if I may suggest, just yesterday, we approved the budget of the DNR. They have a huge budget for the air quality monitoring system. the DOTC must coordinate with the DNR because you have the LTO that renews the permits for our vehicles, coordinate also, and you are in charge of the testing centers. At the same time, you have the MVUC fund because a certain percentage of the motor vehicles users fund goes to DOTC, 8 billion of which has never been used, Secretary. I told you this in a hearing. And you are empowered to use it for clean air. You can use it. You put air quality monitors. I'm not a technician. You find the technology needed to monitor all these vehicles, not for overspeeding, but for emission, for the emission of foul air, of exhaust, I don't know what you call it. You can use that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Why don't you use
can we proceed to the next question of Senator Soto?
Okay.
Yes, perhaps not for the budget, but for the Committee on Public Services of the Senate, may we ask the DOTC to give us a copy of your, whoever is charged in the LTO, or give us a copy of the type of examination that you give when you give driver's license. Bigyan nyo nga kami ng kopya, makita lang, ano.
If I
we
may,
want it updated, yes.
Then I join you in that crusade for clean air. And perhaps what they could do is to partner with the private sector, like what Bantay Kalikasan did. I hope Gina Lopez is here. They did that before. And they had mga bantay sa EDSA na nagsusumbong na mga nambubuga ng maruming hangin.
All right. What about the final
They have
question?
a MOA with the DNR.
One final point, Mr. President. What about the franchises of the buses? Ano yung mga wala namang kolorum sa EDSA at saka sa buong North Luzon o meron pa rin? Bakit hindi natin matanggal totally 100% ang mga kolorum?
Wala na pong kolorum sa EDSA. Stricto na raw sila po.
Wala nang kolorum.
Wala na po.
I'll take your word for it, but okay.
Sabi nila wala na po.
Bakit po merong maraming oras sa EDSA na dumadaan ako, yung ang daming bus, walang laman. Ba't tumatakbo kahit walang laman? Nagbunahan pa.
Baka nagkataon lang na non-peak hour yung nakita nyo or na-offload na ang mga pasahero sa kanila mga terminal.
I confirm the observation of Senator Soto. Every day I pass by that EDSA, and every hour, any
Empty
time of
buses?
the day, you see dozens of buses with no passenger. You start to wonder why they're there.
Yeah, I'm starting to suspect, Mr. President, that they even without passengers, they just drive through EDSA because of the commercials that are in the back. They are paid for that. It's 1 million per 30 days, Mr. President.
Para lang sa commercial?
Oo. Pag hindi tumakbo yun, hindi makakasingil yun. 1 million for 30 days. See a number of...
So can we have the response of the
Yes.
agency on the question of Senator Soto?
They are not familiar with that, with the buses that only fly EDSA because
No, why are there so many EDSA buses flying the route without a single passenger?
They said because they must have unloaded their passengers. That is the answer given to me. What can I say?
Well, look into it. May we ask the DOTC to look into it and give us a response through the Committee on Public
They're
Services of
company
the Senate.
buses.
All right?
Okay.
Private. But they're talking about public vehicles because they're talking about private buses when there are dispatch systems for, but they're talking about
No, I'm talking about
public dispatch.
public utility buses.
No, but then again, what they're saying is, nagkataon, nakita nyo, na-dispatch na yung mga tao.
Araw-araw namin nakikita, Senate President, saka ako.
Araw-araw na tiyempuhan namin na kaka-dispatch lang nila ng pasahero. Ang
Hindi
malas.
pwede.
May sistema po ng pag-dispatch ng mga pampublikong sasakyan. Maski hindi puno, ay kailangan po
Umandar.
ay
Yun na nga
pibahihin. Dahil commercial sa likod.
Ang suspecha ko, yung commercial sa likod,
sige.
kailangan tumakbo. Mahal yun, ha? Mahal yun.
Hindi, nagkataon lang na nawala
Okay.
na.
All right.
So, Senator
yes,
Soto.
thank you very much. Again, some of these questions that we asked that does not have anything to do with your budget, I hope we can get an answer to the Committee on Public Services of the Senate at the proper time after this budget deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay.
Senator Soto.
Thank you.
Any other member of the chamber who would wish to raise questions? Yes. Senator Grace Po.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chairman, just a few things. When we conducted a meeting November 9, 2015 with the DOTC on the subcommittee on public transportation, they promised certain things. Number one, MRT3 GM Buenafest report on the tests conducted on the rails for acceptance, chemical analysis. You didn't submit that yet. Number two, Secretary Abaya's update on LRT1 to Cavite and MRT7 regarding procurement and right-of-ways. Number three, DOTC's decision on what to use, the narrow or standard size tracks. Number four, USEC Blimcaucos update on the 4.2 billion rehabilitation winning bidder for the MRT. Number five, the auction of MRT3 GM Buenafest on the reported leaks in the trains, leaks, yung tulo. Kung aircon ba ito or dahil sa ulan. Number six, the audit report as to the length of rails that needs immediate rehabilitation. Is it 7,000 meters or 10,000 meters? Those things have not been submitted to us yet.
Some of the answers, Madam Senator, to your questions are available here in a thick packet. Could I request that it be submitted to you now?
Okay, thank you. But for the record now, have they already conducted the chemical analysis with the DOST for the rails? So na-approve na po ba? Kasi kung hindi pa ninyo napapalitan yung relays na yon, Mr. President, they cannot conduct tests for the trains that they ordered.
Wrong name po yung nabigay.
Wrong name.
May different companies po yung supplier. So pinaulit po namin para tumama to, otherwise gobble. Pero
What is
kung,
this? Supply for what?
Rail po.
Okay. Apparently, the supplier for the rail had
Based on the results
the supplier of the rail made a technical typographical mistake of having the wrong name, wrong company name.
But that was already the issue before.
That was the issue. before.
With
So
the
what is
wrong company name, didn't you go ahead and have those rails tested anyway?
it's still undergoing testing.
It's still undergoing testing up to now.
How long does it take to test those rails for the chemical component?
According to them, they are.
That's a DOST.
It is pending in the MIRDC, in the sub-office of the DOST.
And is there any effort on their part to check up on when they will finish the analysis?
Government.
It's
Yes, nakapila daw. I will quote the words. Nakapila daw sila sa MIRDC, which is a sub-office of DOST, There is no word when they can be accommodated, pero tatawag na naman daw po sila. I'm just trying to...
Yes, Madam Chairman, their promised rehabilitation of rails, they said they would complete this early next year so that they can conduct the tests for the trains that they ordered or for the first prototype that will be completed. My question is, with the non-development of their tests and the replacement of the rails, when will they be able to actually test those completed or the one completed train?
The dynamic testing for it will be mostly done in China. The one business new train. Most of it will be done in China. The first one in December tested there.
No, it's basically delivered here and then tested in China.
Yes. No, it's not in China. It's going to be tested.
Chinese making?
Yes. And it's going to be tested there before it's shipped here. At least on the dynamic.
According to the DOTC, Madam Senator, that the Chinese trains or the trains from China which have been procured will be tested first in China and then delivered here by next year,
December.
by this December.
It will be tested first in China, but the trains are here already. It's the
trains are here?
the engine that will be delivered, right?
Only the prototype without the engine is here, but
Right.
all the others have been purchased. Delivery is supposed to be within the month of December, but it will be tested where it's from, and that is in China before delivery to the Philippines.
Yes, Madam Chairman, my problem is this. The reason why we had that prototype here is to make sure that it is compatible with our system before we continued and further ordered more trains. Why
Yes.
are they ordering trains now without even checking if what we have here will actually work?
Have you checked the prototype here?
No, they have not. There's no engine.
Static testing
It's static testing.
is done here.
The static
Dynamic
testing without engine,
is the second.
and the ones ordered coming from China will be tested there before delivery here.
That's right, but isn't it in the contract they should first see this one before ordering those others?
We are following the advice of our consultant. It will be done in other strains, all this testing. We have a consultant that helps us in
And the testing should be in China.
yes, because the rails are
Yes, yes, yes.
5,000.
According to their consultant, the DOTC says that they are following their consultant, and the consultant says that the testing should be done where the rails are, and that is in China, before actual delivery to the Philippines.
Yes, my apologies, Madam Chairman. I know this is not your deficiency. My problem with this is what is stated in the contract. Should it not be tested here as well? But our problem is we cannot accommodate it because of the limitations of our rails and tracks. Am I correct? So now, are we violating our own contract?
Does it specify?
Does it specify where the 5,000-kilometer test will be tested?
The contract, according to the DOTC, Madam Senator, does not state where the testing will be, whether it should be in the Philippines or in China.
Right now, do you have a representative of the DOTC in China actually monitoring those tests?
Yes, they have
May I
a
ask the name of that person?
representative.
Undersecretary Bukayan
Undersecretary Bukayan of the DOTC
and Director Manalo.
and Director Manalo.
Are they now based in China?
No, they're not. We just go there and we have procuring consultant who will stay there more.
Yes, they are the ones in charge, and they also have a consultant who is overseeing that project. They are based in the Philippines, but they go there during the testing.
Okay. Now, I'll take your word for it again. We will review the contract. But my question is this. When will the engine of this train that we have now be delivered in December? Because you just keep saying December, but when will it be, sir? I mean, Madam Chairman.
The December delivery will be complete for the new trains, complete. And it will be up and running by first quarter of next year, as you earlier said.
One complete in December, 2 in January,
One complete in December and 2 in January.
then 3, 4 in March.
4 in March,
for then
and 4.
Now, when will your rails be done so you can actually test these? Mr. Buenafe, for GM Buenafe, perhaps he can share the information.
It will take 4 months.
So even if we have those trains, we can't actually use it because it can't be tested, Madam Chairman.
Because the testing will be done in China, they say that once it is delivered, it can already be installed and utilized. It can be used.
Okay, so those things from those trains that are assembled and tested in China can be used, can already be used. But the one that you have here, just
The prototype.
the prototype without the engine, that cannot be used because obviously you haven't tested it yet.
Until the traction motor comes in, that prototype, which has no engine, cannot be used.
That's right, because you also haven't changed the rails here, so you can't do the testing, the 5,000 kilometers, right?
the 5,000 kilometers doesn't have to be tested on all trains.
Not all trains need to be tested on the 5,000 kilometers.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. Now, have you decided, has NEDA decided on the narrow or standard track, or the narrow or standard tracks for the trains? The last discussion that we had.
We have not yet, because this is an issue raised by the President, and presented to the President as he has taken interest in it. So finishing up the pros and the cons of it, and then we'll present it next. Whether we go
Narrow gauge. The decision whether to go narrow or standard gauge, Madam Senator, is still hanging up in the air because the President has decided to study it and has shown interest, and so they are waiting for him to decide.
We're inclined
They're inclined towards standard, but the President wants to understand it and to see it.
Okay, next question. For the MRT 7 line, with the question on the common station, is there a particular time frame now that we're looking at?
MRT 7?
The extension, the MRT 7
MRT 7.
construction.
they're still, first of all, they need to do it financial close, meaning
Wala pa.
wala pa.
There's no financial close on the winning bidders. Who are the winning bidders?
This is an SMC company.
SMC and?
It's Universal Lightweight Corporation.
But
There's no
Chairman,
financial close yet on the MRT 7.
but that's been going on for years and they still have no financial close until now?
That's their
So,
I understand that it's a purely private, insofar as government is concerned, there's nothing much more we could do because it has been awarded to them, and because there are groups comprising that private group that has won the bid, and they have not done the financial close. I can imagine, siguro nahihirapan sa pag-utang sa bangko o yung mga, I actually know who are those behind it.
so do
Siguro
you have
nag-uusap
any
pa sila.
conditions that if they're not able to meet the financial close for a certain period that you need to move on?
by February. The
By February, if nothing moves.
18-month expires. We are required to go back to normal ICC.
By February, if nothing happens still, they're required to go back to NEDA, ICC.
That is sad.
What a waste of time.
This started what, 2008? From 2008, I cannot believe that the government entered into talks with them without even having a financial close at that time, or did it expire at some point because we couldn't secure certain right-of-way options?
The first 18 months they expired. It's another.
They're actually on their second 18 months already. 2008, you would recall, was a previous administration when they won the bid. And then the first 18 months expired, and they went back to NEDA. And then this is the second 18 months. And the second 18 months will go back will expire in February, and if it expires, they go back to NEDA. I actually have some bit of knowledge because I know the proponents in this too, and there's going to be a buyout of one group with the other group.
Okay, so
Well,
right
it's a
now there's no
corporate-
certainty as to when this will actually start.
To be fair to the DOTC, it's in the hands of the private sector who won the bid, and when there is no financial close, I cannot hazard a guess. It's probably they lack liquidity, the banks probably did not deliver as planned, or perhaps the stakeholders in the corporation are fighting it out who has...
But we continue to engage them to ensure that
Yeah,
they execute.
you
as they
continue
want
to talk to them, right? You continue to talk to them, but a matter of talking,
want it implemented.
you want it implemented. Yeah, I can see. And in this issue, to be fair to you, it's beyond you because it's a private sector, and I have an idea of what happened there.
My next question is for you, Secretary Caucus, update on the 4.2 billion rehabilitation. Any updates on that, please?
They have to award the contract to the lowest bidder by December, and there are negotiations ongoing this week for the rehabilitation of that MRT.
So you have already, there are those that
Meron ng
participated
lowest
in the
bidder.
bid.
They already have the lowest complying bidder, and they have negotiations ongoing, and they have to award it formally by December.
So you did your due diligence. Does it seem like this company is credible enough to do the rehabilitation? You have certain standards for their acceptance.
It's under their standards of performance is part of the negotiation.
Who is this? Who is this anyway?
The
It's a-
partners, Busan Rail,
And the local partner.
Edison Development. So it's Busan Rail Partners
Busan Rail of Korea and Edison
Development.
Development have partnered for that. They are the lowest complying bidders.
And that Edison is the local partner.
Yes.
Now, how many percent does Busan actually have invested in it? Their ownership, they might just be a minority, and they're being used again to be able to
Part of
prove.
the negotiation. We're going to require
I don't know yet.
that
They
we're going to
they don't have the information. In fact, that's part of the negotiation on what percentage Busan owns and what Edison. Oh,
Because Edison might not have a track record of performance, right?
who is Edison anyway?
Do they have a track record of performance for rehabilitation?
the expertise will have to come from Busan.
The expertise will have to come from Busan, and
We don't want what happened in
Yeah.
the maintenance agreement that you had, where you partnered up with the ones that the concessionaire for the LRT1, but actually it was APT Global and PH Trams that ended up doing a disservice.
So part of the negotiation. Part of the negotiation. Anyway, part of this is for them to host Koreans here. Actual maintenance engineers.
well, to assure that the work is competent and well done, the Busan partners who are supposed to be more competent, I hate to say it, than the local partners, this is according to them, I do not know both, will be posted here to oversee the operations, Korean engineers.
Okay. Just a few more questions. With all of this, how about the leaks inside the train, GM Buenafe or Mr. Buenafe?
They were aircon leaks.
Were
not
you able to
leaks.
fix this, Madam Chairman?
It's a matter of cleaning the drains.
It's a matter of cleaning the drains, so we should always maintain our coaches.
So
and
is it still leaking right now?
So far, wala pa kami
not that he knows of.
Oh, please find out, so that we, just to be sure. I need for the record, before we approve your budget, do you have any plans to increase fares again next year for any of your services? MRT, the trains?
Tell him to come here. I'm sorry.
Baka mamaya ito yung budget, tapos biglang pagkatapos ng Pasko, magtaas kayo muli ng singil.
No fare hikes.
Okay, for the record.
Over our dead body.
Okay.
Promise, huh?
Or be careful what people might be wishing for. But let me ask here, for the last, this is another question about the Coast Guard. This is a little bit different.
Asan ang Coast Guard nga pala?
Because the Coast Guard is under the DOTC also. And with all of our questions about territorial integrity, the West Philippine Seas, I'd like to know how many Coast Guards do we actually have on patrol?
Ilan ang ating total Coast Guard?
Ilan po? And what types of boats do we actually use? Kasi small patrol boats, we don't necessarily have to have huge ships. Ilan?
Thank you for that question, because I really believe that we should empower the Coast Guards.
Exactly.
We are only 30 million hectares of land, but 240 million of marine environment, including our EEZ. And we do not act like a maritime nation. So we should really empower the Coast Guards.
What is our coastline, Madam Chairman? Is it like 30-something thousand kilometers?
I know that 240 million hectares, including our EEZ, but the measurement of our coastline, do you have the measurement of our coastline? Is 36,290 kilometers of coastline.
We're what, second longest coastline in the world?
I'm not sure, but
Okay. How many boats do we have patrolling from our Coast Guards?
we have 10 major boats.
we have 10. What kind of boats are these?
These are the 56-meter vessels. These are
We
How
have
many? I'm
56
sorry, I didn't hear
We
it.
have 56-foot vessels of 56-meter vessels, 10 boats,
major boats actually is
10
10.
major boats.
10 major
We have
boats.
smaller ones.
And
Like how many people can ride that boat? I'm sorry, I cannot picture it unless you have a picture.
for the bigger 56-meter vessel boats, the average is less
50 people can ride the 56-meter vessel.
and then the smaller 35-meter.
The 35-meter can accommodate around 30.
30 crew.
How many do we have of the 30?
The 35 we have 4.
We have 4 of the 35, and we have 10,
We have 4 of the 56-meter,
4 of the 56.
and we have 2 buoy tenders.
What do you call it?
Buoy tenders.
What is that?
Buoy tenders.
Buoy.
Those are the 4 major. And
Okay.
1 tugboats, basically.
One tugboat.
Okay, I'm sorry. So we have 4 of the 56 meters,
Yes, ma'am.
and then 4 of the 35,
4 of the 35
and
meters.
1 or 2. 2.
Buoy tenders.
Buoy.
Ano yun?
Buoy tenders.
Buoy. B-U-O-Y. Buoy.
Yes, ma'am.
Tenders.
How big or small is it?
That's around also 56-meter more.
56 meters of the buoy tenders.
So patrolling our coastline of about 36,290
Wala
kilometers.
talaga.
Is that correct?
Impossible.
We have about
We are
4,
definitely
8,
ill-equipped if you're computing it based
we
on
have
that.
10 total, basically 10. Okay, never mind.
Impossible.
Maybe we can plan this. We can plan to add this, but right now,
The Japanese government has so graciously loaned or granted, loaned us 10 40-meter brand new vessels
loans we have to pay them.
under ODA, Official Development Assistance.
Okay. My question is this now. What shifting do you have in the patrol boats? Or is it on a per need basis. And I'd like to know what is your fuel budget for these 10 boats that you proposed? Because I know that sometimes if it's too low, then we know that it will never really be used.
Wala kayong MOE?
No, it's actually lumped in the MOE that's included in the 2 billion budget.
They have a 2 billion MOE, and
The fuel is part of
the
it.
fuel would be part of that. They
So
don't
how
have
many
a-
times do they have a report of the I guess the voyages or the travels of those boats? I mean, how often are they regularly patrolling our coastline?
Yes, they do. Particularly on a regular basis. We have actually 300 smaller boats which are procured by the OTC each year.
So meron pang maliliit. Yung malaki, yung 10.
How many
They have-
small ones do we have,
They
Madam
have
Chairman?
more than 300 small patrol boats,
Aluminum boats actually.
aluminum boats, for search and rescue, but not for patrol. Only
So-
the 10 are for patrol.
So those more than 300 aluminum boats can actually accommodate maybe 4 people. Is that so? It's like a speedboat.
For search and rescue.
Is it a bangka or a speedboat?
More like a speedboat.
A speed.
So we have how many of those again?
360.
360. Now in the areas like the West Philippine Sea.
Oh, you cannot take that.
No. But do we have some a Coast Guard patrolling that area all the time, at least to help our fishermen?
Navy na yun. Meron ba tayo?
On the Bahamas.
Bawal din sa mga
We
kapila.
have respect na before.
They do not have presence in the West Philippine Sea, Madam Senator.
So that's just left with the
Navy.
Navy. Next question for the Tanimbala. We would like to get a report for the Coast Guard, if you don't mind, also activities and how we can help the Coast Guard. For the OFW travelers, during our last hearing, a help desk in airports for them, and also the creation of an indemnity fund for affected OFWs. Yung mga nawalan po ng trabaho, nabigyan ng konting tulong ng ating airport authorities, administration. Ano na po ang nangyayari doon sa proposal na yun? Nag-meeting na po ba kayo, yung security group, at saka
We did, ma'am. In fact, the help desk is already in place. We are waiting for all to be there. But DOJ is already posted prosecutors, so
Because of the very unfortunate incidents, the DOTC has become more vigilant, and the DOJ has posted desks so that any complaints on live or non-live ammo found and complaints of possible extortion can be reported to the DOJ desks. They act on it immediately.
so there are, just for the record, there are now DOJ desks there.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Next question is for the CCTV cameras acquisition. Where are we now in the process of installing more CCTV cameras in our blind spots?
ma'am, nagkaroon po ng public bidding twice already. So we are now in the process of negotiations. We're going to invite them for the negotiation. Twice bid.
There are already CCTVs in the screening stations, but for the whole complex, the bidding will still ensue because there have been twice failure of bidding. So they will have another bidding, but for those screening stations, there are already CCTVs installed in that area.
So in your proposed budget, is the acquisition of more CCTV cameras part of it, or this is from?
Binigay niyo.
UTC, wala naman. Sabi wala na siya. Yung capability of the exhibition already.
Because meron na kayo.
Yes, ma'am.
It has been provided in the 2015 budget. In fact, there have been 2 failures of bidding, so there will be another bidding, and there is no need for the 2016 budget to include that.
Okay. So I will be expecting those items that I enumerated,
Do you-
Madam Chairman.
Do you want me to repeat?
And-
No. Yung, alam na niyo. Sige.
So we have those. I don't have to repeat them, but we will follow up with your office, especially on the delivery and when we can start
Yes.
with the new trains. That's all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
Poe.
Madam Senator.
Is there any other member of the chamber who wishes to avail of the period of interpellation? Senator Ejercito.
He knows in here. Sino ang being,
Good afternoon,
Who's
Mr.
taking
President.
care of him? Tita Sally.
Good afternoon, please.
Yes, Madam Sponsor, just a few questions.
Please proceed, Senator Ejercito.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to ask again, for the record, I've been monitoring. What are the major infrastructure projects that are to be commenced in this administration? We just, if you can give the timetable, no, for its, like the North Rail, South Rail, the Malolos, Tutuban commuter line. When do we expect for all of those to start, and up to when?
There's a long list here.
So you can start, these are, well, you can start. You want the major, the rail, ma'am,
I'll read all. Common Station,
that was discussed.
Daraga Airport.
Construction is ongoing.
Yeah,
later on.
okay, that's okay. General Santos International Airport, ITS South, ITS Southwest, LRT CAVX, LTO Archiving, Mactan Cebu International Airport, Naiya Runway, Optimization, Ortigas Greenways, PU, J Modernization, Regional Transport Model, RMC, Social Ports, Transport Interchanges, LR2, Masinag, Puerto Princesa Airport, Busuanga Airport,
Madam Chair, Mr. President, I'm just interested on the railways, no? Probably
Oh.
the North Rail, South Rail, and
not
the
all
commuter.
the-
Not all.
Saan yung
Because
railway?
as you all know, we just concluded the APEC, no? And of course, the government. I'd like to say that the administration did a very good job with the hosting, but after this, we still have to do the work, no? We have to address the problem, Mr. President, on the weaknesses in our infrastructure. Otherwise, all of these would just go into waste, because I don't think investors would come in. Foreign direct investments would improve, not unless we fix our problem of infrastructure. And I think the railway system is a big factor, no, in this, because it will solve a lot of problems, congestion and others. So just an estimated date of construction, the start of all of these projects that I enumerated.
LRT1, fiscal consignment, second quarter. LRT2 extension Masina has already started.
We have LRT1, LRT2,
For the MRT7.
and MRT7. The deadline is February. We have Tutuban, Malolos Tutuban. I actually mentioned that for PNR, no? Malolos Tutuban, and then what's the other one? Tutuban to
Malolos Tutuban
Calamba,
commuter.
Tutuban to Calamba,
And
and then to
Calamba.
Matnog. Yes. Those are the major.
Do we expect to start it by next year and end by 2020 probably?
Some of them, yes, some of them beyond earlier.
Some of them could be even finished earlier, and the others beyond 2020, perhaps 2022.
I hope that the agencies, no, the department would closely monitor, because not unless we have all of these, we don't expect, Mr. President, to improve our traffic situation, because
Cebu has BRT. Manila wala.
everybody will continue buying cars, no? At the rate, Madam Chair, we have about 30,000 new vehicle sales every month, and that's about 300,000, and 60% of those are in Metro Manila. So we cannot expect traffic to improve, even if we put 1,000 highway patrol personnel along EDSA, the major thoroughfare. So that's why I've been really asking, no, when this will commence.
Actually, the Cebu BRT, interesting, nauna pa sa Metro Manila, and soon we will have when will Manila BRT be done? By next year? No?
Getting a NEDA board approval.
They're still getting the NEDA board, but mauuna yung Cebu BRT. That is needed in Metro Manila.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that the department would really push and closely monitor the progress of these different lines of the MRT, LRT, and likewise the major railway system.
Okay.
Next, again, we as Chairman of Economic Affairs, of course, I'm really much concerned, Madam Chair, regarding the gains that were achieved by this administration, no? And we have to commend President Aquino for improving the image, but I'm just concerned regarding the air traffic. I would want to know what the CAAP, the OTC, has been doing about the air traffic in the NAIA. NAIA right now has 2 runways. I understand, one for international and one for domestic, but the problem is they are intersecting runways. So in effect, it's just one and a half. What is the capacity, or what is the policy? I'm sure. What is the policy of the CAB, or the Civil Aeronautics Board, in the issuance of new routes to the airlines?
What
is it just the economic viability, or don't we consider the air traffic that the IA is now experiencing?
What is the policy of CAAP?
It's actually Civil Aeronautics Board regarding routes.
The CAB.
Yeah, CAB.
What's the policy on Currently, Mr. President, there are 40 slots. We call it slots or movements per hour, because under a deregulated regime, that is allowed. No, we cannot.
The deregulated is routes, and airlines could fly their own routes.
Yes, airlines can fly in, fly routes, etc. But right now, it's 40 slots per hour. But a British consultant was hired by the DOTC to study the possibility of increasing the movements or slots per hour, which could increase to 50 or 60. The study will be completed within 4 months and implemented after that 6 months after. So I would assume within a year, we could increase the slots or movement per hour from 40 to 60. Why did we not do that earlier?
Madam Chair, so that means by saying 40 slots per hour, that means that those are the departures and arrivals, or the
Yes.
movements of the aircraft
The movements,
per,
yes, the movements.
per hour.
Per hour. Right now, it's 40.
But I based on my research, no, based on International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, which is really the standard, no, the ideal capacity for a single runway, just like NAIA, is about 16 to 17 departures and arrivals per hour. So we are doing at present 35 at peak to 40 even. So that means in an hour, kung gagawin natin 50 to 60, that means a plane would land every minute, no? A plane every minute would land. So
Yes.
I think that can be done if we have the necessary equipment. Just like I think Chicago O'Hare has takeoff and landing every 45 seconds because they have advanced radar system. Which brings you to my next question, Madam Chair. What kind of radar system are we using right now?
Radar.
We're using the Eurocat system. It has been it's the radar system. It has been upgraded. But regarding the equipment necessary, the CNS ATM, illumination.
It's very technical.
the CNS
It's
ATM,
very technical. We're using the Eurocat radar system.
the CNS ATM, which monitors our flight information.
But there is a flight monitoring system called the CNS,
ATM.
whatever that means.
Also, Madam Chair, Mr. President, from what I know, we are using a terminal approach radar. Am I correct? At present, no?
Yes, yes, Your
This is what the terminal approach radar does is to know what are the positions of the aircraft, so that the air controller can advise them, no, yung spacing.
Yes.
Right now, from the knowledge that I have, yung ideal is about 7 nautical miles or 5 nautical miles ang spacing. That's a safe one for our standards. Am I correct, Madam Chair?
Yes. That
But-
is what we're doing. You're correct.
Yeah, but if we
Are
want
you
to
a pilot, Senator J?
not really. I'm
Okay.
just fond of planes.
You're just fond of aviation.
Just fond of
Okay,
planes.
good.
But anyway, if we are to consider to increase our slots, no, to 60, that means about there would be a takeoff or landing, departure or arrival every minute. We would need to upgrade our radar system. Yung parang sa America na tag 3 nautical miles na lang. I think that's what they call the precision approach radar. Are the CAAP
Are we
officials aware of this?
If we upgrade our CNS system, then we can have that. But are we capable of that upgrade? It would cost money.
It's
It's ongoing.
It will be finished by
Oh, very good.
Did we already?
Yes.
Did we
We're
install
actually
that or upgrade
we're
already?
actually upgrading it, and by next year, we will be having that kind of system, of radar system.
So we do.
It's in the process of being upgraded. Ah.
So, Mr. President, Madam Chair,
It is in the process of being upgraded.
it's being
And-
upgraded to
and we
this
will-
precision
And we
approach.
will have that kind of radar system.
But do we expect also that air traffic would improve? Because Mr. President, the reason I am so concerned about this, because we are doing so much. The President has done so much to promote our country. But if we are not able to fix our gateway, which is the airport, pagdating pa lang nila,
So yung
hindi makaparada. Yun yung mga problema, no? Sometimes we just arrive, we cannot park because there is an aircraft occupying the bay. So all of these problems have to be given attention. So and also another issue, no, which Senator Grace.
With the permission of Senator Herschel, before we leave that issue, our runways are utilized a lot by general aviation versus the regular regular airlines. Are there no plans to transfer general aviation to, say, Cavite, so that you can free a lot of slots in that airport, in the NAIA? Because I'm sure part of the delays would be the utilization by the general aviation of the slots.
General aviation will move to Sangli. What exactly? Airports will move to India. There is a plan, or is it ongoing? There is a plan to move general aviation to Sangli, and the Air Force in Sangli to move to Lumbia in Cagayan de Oro.
Yeah, I have heard of that plans before. I know how. What's the timetable for that?
1 billion has been allotted by the DND to the Air Force. We are transferring another billion for transfer.
It's in the DND budget. According to Secretary Abaya, 1 billion has been allocated in the DND budget for the transfer of the Air Force to Lumbia. And then you already will transfer general aviation to Sangli. And you're contributing another 1 billion for the transfer of the Air Force to Lumbia. Okay.
And
that's already incorporated in your 2016 budget. 2015, you're doing it now. 1 month na lang. Ongoing. Okay.
So where is that budget? Is it in the 2015?
2015, presently.
In the current budget?
In the current budget.
So what is the status of the implementation of that?
Ongoing, I'm not familiar with the DND, but we're about to transfer
The general aviation.
the budget to Philippine Airport, our counterpart.
It's the DND that will transfer, and the budget from the DOTC, Mr. President, is being transferred to the Philippine Air Force under the DND.
Yeah, the question is, what's the timetable?
He is not familiar.
Oh,
Is the MOA we're about to sign?
They're just about to sign the MOA.
well, yes, because certainly of your, I do not know if you can answer the question of your 45 landings and take-off per minute, how many would be for general aviation and how many would be for commercial airlines?
2 out of the 42 are for general aviation. Just
Only?
Only 2.
Okay. Now, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to continue, Madam Chair, again, I'd like to go back to my question because from what we see right now, we think that NAIA is already maximized, overcapacity as of the present. Am I correct? Secretary, almost.
NAIA is, yes, congested.
Very congested. What is the policy? Again, I'd like to go back. What is the policy of the Civil Aeronautics Board in the issuance of new routes? Because I've been observing that there are new routes that are being marketed. No, when I read the newspapers every week, when I read the newspapers, so that means that when there are new routes, there are new planes also coming. So, what is the policy? Because I think it's becoming counterproductive, Mr. President. That we know that it's going to help the economy by having more flights, but you know the delays that we are causing, that we are experiencing right now in our primary airport, might not be good, no? Especially for potential investors in the country. It's of course we have to address this because, as I've said, one of the concerns to the foreign direct investors is our weak infrastructure, no? And of course, the airport is our gateway. So we really have to seek for solutions in regarding the air traffic.
Presently, Mr. President, from what I understand, we have a limited open skies policy except Manila. And so planes can land anywhere in different airports of the country, but because of the open skies policy, but that does not apply to the Manila airport. Yes.
And as of the moment, we have two major airlines, no? Of course, Philippine Airlines and Cebu Pacific. And both have make Manila, the NAIA, Manila International Airport, as their hubs. And is there no plans of using Clark as the final international airport? Because as even our DOTC secretary has said that NAIA is already almost over the capacity. Especially if you would consider that we have two major airlines using Metro Manila as a hub.
Yes, you're correct. From what I understand, I didn't even know this, that Cebu Pacific is already using Clark as their major hub. One of their hubs is already Clark. And I hope that that would be the trend so that we decongest Metro Manila. Oh, they have a master plan for Clark, and that is included in a 2016 budget for a new terminal, international terminal for Clark. But right now, it's capable of international as well. But to expand that internet, can I have your list of airports?
Just for the record, Madam Chair, also, while we're waiting for the answers, Mr. President, we have about 200,000 to 400,000 kilograms in additional fuel that are that is expended as a result of the congestion, or 10 million to 20 million a day by the airlines, because as a result of these congestions, no,
Yes.
they're asked to hold the position because they cannot land. So that's why this is really a big problem.
I agree with you, and I believe that the DOTC agrees that we should really improve the status of our airports outside of Manila. And as I said, Cebu Pacific has included Clark as one of its major hubs. And we have here in the DOTC budget a list of airports and the respective budgets to improve Iloilo, Romblon, Lawag, Tuguegarao, but both for domestic and international as well. Even San Vicente. Is San Vicente Palawan?
Yes,
There's a new airport being... there's a Clark International Airport, new terminal building. Is that what you mean? Yes. Busuanga will be an international airport as well. Eventually will become Taytay is an international airport as well.
No, it's
No. Okay. Yes, yes. Where is Katiklan?
that is currently being developed. A private concessionaire currently operates.
It is not here. It is not.
No, it's part of the concession.
It's part of the concession.
And likewise,
I
Madam
can
Chair,
give you the list of all the
Yes, ma'am.
airports in the provinces.
Thank you. And to conclude, can we expect that the precision approach radar would be installed by next year, so that it can at least
Ano yun?
help in improving? When do we expect it to be installed? Is it part of the budget already?
Oo.
Installation. That's communication, navigation, surveillance. ATM is air traffic management.
Yung Communications, Navigation, Surveillance, Air Traffic Management, CNS ATM system is ongoing, and by next year, when in next year? Installation will be done by March.
And then 6 months testing, operational testing.
So within a year, we can see an improvement in air traffic because of the CNS ATM system.
Operation, just like what is
Very good.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you very
We will see
much.
in your next year's hearing.
So by next year, we will see an improvement. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your patience. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you for all your questions, because I'm being educated on aviation.
Thank you very much.
because I belong to the Air Force.
The chair has one or two questions before we proceed to the next agency. The chair notes that the budget of the DOTC was reduced by 800 million pesos. May we know which agencies were budgets were augmented by the reduction of the budget of the DOTC?
That's one. The 75 is in here, so that's only 800 for the QR.
Yeah, give me where it went.
And can we go on record as to why this was reduced?
Give me where it went. Yes. The 1 billion quick response fund of the DOTC was not utilized for this year.
Okay.
It was also not utilized in 2014. And we felt it best to put it in agencies who are the frontliners in times of disasters. We therefore left a portion, and this is upon the agreement of the Secretary, and it was placed in the, where were the agencies? No, this is not the list. Ito ba yan? Ito. We allocated it to the Department of Agriculture for 100 million, to the Department of Health for 250 million, to the DND because they did not have a QRF for the AFP personnel, so we provided 250 million, 100 million for the Bureau of Fire Protection under the DILG, to the PNP because they were the first responders that we've seen in Lando, and they did not have a QRF, and the 75 millions in the Coast Guard because they do not have a QRF.
Yeah, PNP would be how much?
The DND, 250 million pesos.
The Bureau of Fire Protection,
100 million pesos.
100, and the Philippine National Police,
100 million pesos, sir. And 75 million for the Philippine Coast Guard. I wish I could give more for the Coast Guard. In fact, I'm contemplating where to cut to give more to the Coast Guard because we are a maritime nation. And in times of disasters, we need to empower the Coast Guard so they can respond quickly.
Yeah, but can the good sponsor spread into the record the rationale for the Bureau of Fire Protection QRF of 100 million?
The Bureau of Fire Protection are also in the first frontliners of first responders, especially during Lando. And this was a byproduct of the hearings we conducted where no less than Secretary of Welfare and Development mentioned that her funds are depleted by deploying the PNP and the Bureau of Fire Protection. It was a request also of the SWD if we could provide QRF to these agencies who ask them for their own QRF.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Yes, Senator Recto, it's 5:25.
Yes, just one question, one issue, Mr. President.
Yes.
I heard over the radio that there are new requirements to get a driver's license. Is that correct?
Yes, we need some driver's license reforms to make it easier. So incentivize good behavior.
Apparently, Mr. President, it is correct.
The requirement for NBI clearance and police clearance are required now. I expected that to be required since before. It's important. And the requirements are stricter in that sense because for professional driver's license.
So only for professional driver's license.
Yes. But actually, I'm for stricter.
There are new requirements.
Police and NBI together for
What
professional
is the
driver's
difference
license.
of an NBI clearance and a police clearance?
The NBI has a larger database. I guess you go to the NBI, they have a different
So
database.
why do you need to get two clearances, Mr. President?
Because the NBI has a larger maybe the database of the police and the the database of the police and the database of the NBI are not converged. So there are probably criminals
So
who have been
why should it
apprehended
be
by...
more difficult now for the ordinary man in the street who needs a professional driver's license? Ibig sabihin, he needs a professional driver's license to do his work. Hanap buhay to, trabaho to. That's why it's called a professional driver's license. Is that correct? Panghanap buhay, professional driver's license.
The grimmest scenario is you have a governor being
because we are strict here because of many accidents and incidents where there are irresponsible drivers. It is better to err on the side of safety because there are certain crimes which are
No,
apprehended
I understand.
by the NBI, but sometimes local crimes sinusumbong sa police na hindi naman naka-earmark sa NBI.
Is it not possible for the PNP and the NBI
to converge their
not
database?
to provide, that's one, and to provide the LTO instead a negative list? Instead of the individual, pinahihirapan na naman natin,
They can
magbabayad ng fee
coordinate
na
if it's
naman.
possible. If it's
Maybe a
possible, they
negative
can
list.
coordinate.
That's right. No?
Drug test
Now,
ba is a requirement?
what is the makeup of the person? What is the income level of the person that needs a professional driver's license?
I'm sorry?
What is the makeup of a person who needs a professional driver's license? Ano yung level of income ng taong ito? I suppose you're talking about jeepney drivers, tricycle drivers,
Jeepney, tricycle, Uber driver.
right? How much is an NBI clearance?
100 pesos? 120 pesos?
120 pesos. How long does it take to get an NBI clearance?
Just one day.
So that's one whole day's work of income lost. Now, how much is a
But it's not every year. It's once every 3 years.
how much is a police
Police clearance.
clearance?
Just 50 pesos.
And how long does it take to get a police clearance?
Just 1 hour if the police is efficient.
But apparently the LTO is inefficient as well. How long does it take for the LTO to issue a driver's license?
How long does it take you? If it's a new driver's license, it's 3 to 4 hours.
Are you sure?
If it's a renewal of a license, not more than 30 minutes. I will apply for a license tomorrow. And I will
what
line
is
up
the
and see.
backlog of the LTO insofar
What's
as
your
driver's
backlog?
licenses are concerned?
700,000 is the backlog.
So
of
how
the
could it
LTO.
be 30 minutes or 1 hour if you have a backlog of 700,000?
Yeah. 30 minutes is the processing of these licenses. And what is the backlog?
And then babalikan na naman niya after several months to get the driver's license.
The receipt, I think, Senator Recto, serves as a temporary driver's license. The backlog is in the
Yes.
issuance.
Yes,
of
but the point is this, Mr. President. Pabalik-balik na naman yung professional driver na yan. Kukuha siya, bibigyan siya ng resibo, babalikan niya. After a month, wala pa rin na naman. After a month, wala pa rin na naman. Ilang buwan na. Ngayon, dadagdagan na naman natin ng NBI clearance at police clearance. Why can't the LTO think of better ways? Why can't you just ask the NBI or the PNP, for example, a negative list? If at all you want this requirement. Para wala nang dagdag gastos, pahirap na yung tao, napakarami ng binabayaran. When did the LTO decide on this matter?
It's a new policy when, how long ago? Just last month. Mr.
Just
President.
last month.
But they will coordinate with both the police, the PNP, and the NBI if they could.
Why? But in the
Provide-
meantime, why don't they suspend it? Let them first coordinate.
Yeah.
Delayed na yung license plate, delayed na yung driver's license, pahihirapan na naman natin yung ordinaryong nagmamaneho, naghahanap buhay.
While I respect your opinions, Senator Recto, I also feel that to be strict with this matters is of utmost importance because we don't want to see rapists driving young girls or drug addicts or those who've convicted.
I don't think that getting an NBI clearance or a police clearance will stop that, Mr. President.
But,
what I'm saying is that if you're talking about rapists, how many people are we asking to get these licenses? How many people are we expecting? How much money do we expect government to make from this?
I think
Ilan ba? What is the universe? How many professional driver's license do you expect? How many persons do we expect?
1.5 million.
1.5 million. We are getting, what, 100 pesos from each of them for the NBI clearance. Dalawa yan. And then may PNP clearance. And then hindi siya makakatrabaho ng 2 araw. And then pipila siya sa LTO. I think we have to be sensitive on these matters.
Yes, yes.
Hindi porke naisip lang, and I don't think it has nothing to do with rapists. That is the point I'm trying to make here. Now, we already warned the LTO before as far as those driver's licenses are concerned. As far as the license plates are concerned, hindi nga kailangan palitan yung license plate, pinalitan. Dagdag gastos yan. Kung bago yung sasakyan, okay lang siguro. Pero yung renewal, bago pa naman, bakit i-renew? Ngayon may bago na naman. That is the point I'm trying to drive at. There are too many complaints with the LTO. So, if they're still coordinating with the NBI and the PNP, why don't they suspend this first and do that coordination and report back to Congress? Remember, we are the representatives of the people here as well. Hindi porke naisip lang ninyo, hindi naman na ipapaliwanag pa na mabuti.
I believe that consultations were conducted and no one had objected. In fact,
I doubt it if no one objected. Could they submit all those documents here?
Yes.
With
Most of the
regard to-
attendees were transport group operators, and how long was your consultation? It was a nationwide consultation. So it was not a knee-jerk reaction to something. It was a nationwide consultation.
So there
on
was no
this,
opposition. Is that what the gentleman is saying?
As far as that particular 2 licenses issue is concerned, there was no opposition.
Why is it that on my way here this morning, there was many opposition in the radio?
I believe in it. The stricter, the better for me.
All right. Yeah.
But
Can
it
I ask a question
but
on
to
that
each his
in
own
that relation?
Yes.
All right. There is a suggestion, number one, that instead of requiring the applicants to go to these offices,
Yes.
why can there not be a negative
Negative
list
list.
to the LTO offices from the NBI and the police?
Pwede yun?
We will try, but initially they said they couldn't, but we will engage.
Oh, you tried to ask them, but they said they could not.
But we will go back.
But you will
So
go back and ask them
why
again.
will we burden the motorists again? That's the point. That's the point.
The second question,
Yes.
what kind of information that you will be drawn from these clearances that you secure, which will deprive a person of a professional driver's license?
Correct.
Would a libel case deprive him of a driver's license because it's a pending case?
Well, it would depend on the information that will be gathered from the NBI. Depends on the crimes, assuming that person has a record in the NBI.
Madam Sponsor, the NBI as the repository would have a list of all criminal cases
Yes.
all over the country.
Yes.
Now, if your name appears there and you have a criminal case for libel, would that disqualify you?
I think it would be on crimes of moral turpitude than crimes pertaining to libel.
Well, libel is a crime, I think, which involves moral turpitude, if I recall my penal code correctly. Now, this is the reason why we're pointing this out is, again,
You're depriving.
It is an arbitrary listing. If you make an arbitrary listing, then it is an arbitrary determination that if you are facing this kind of a criminal case, you cannot drive. Worst, if the LTO will say all those facing criminal charges are not entitled to a professional driver's license.
So ilan yung mawawalan ng trabaho naman dyan?
Kaya nga, that's why what are the standards that you use? What kind of information that will be made available to you that will disqualify one from having a professional driver's license?
Either or. Yes, yes. Just a clarification, this is not a new requirement. It was a previous requirement to have either of the two. And it's only now
either
of the two offices to issue licenses.
No,
So
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's not either of the two. It's a question of what kind of information in these clearances that would disqualify one from being issued a driver's license. Will any kind of a pending case which appears in the NBI list disqualify one from having a license? Ano ho ba yung mga krimen o mga kaso na dahilan sa pendency hindi na pwede magkaroon ng professional driver's license?
They say it is crimes against persons and property and moral turpitude. That's what they say. That is the basis for their non-issuance of driver's license.
Now, what
assuming,
about,
assuming.
Now, crimes like rape, as you have pointed out earlier, will that disqualify an applicant from a driver's license?
Yes.
So that is not that is not a crime against property.
But crime against person, because they said it was crimes against property
crime against-
and person.
You know, apparently your LTO people, Madam Chair, cannot also give us direct answers. Now, I join Senator Recto's proposition that why don't you suspend this and review it again, because you're affecting the very small people that are trying to earn a livelihood and
will suspend
unfairly
it,
affected
or you will study
by
it
such
first?
arbitrary decisions of the bureaucrats.
Ano?
Kung pwede, pag-isipan nila muna na mabuti. Let them
Actually-
list down which crimes will deprive
Yes.
a person to get the driver's license, if at all.
We can imagine if
Para maliwanag.
a crime of a homicide arising from reckless imprudence, we can understand that such would deprive the applicant of the
They
ability.
can actually, yes, they can actually issue the guidelines which crimes will be covered.
Not
by
only that,
this.
Madam Chair, the dependency of the criminal proceedings should not automatically disqualify one because there is a presumption of innocence. Mahirap naman yung nasampahan ka ng kaso, hindi ka na pwedeng maghanap buhay bilang isang driver.
So, according to the DOTC, they will study, based on your suggestion, the administrative policy that they had come up with 2 months ago.
May I join the call of Senator Recto that we first suspend this while we are studying
Are
it.
you
We do not
going to
lose
suspend
anything.
it? Are you going to suspend it? They have no choice but to listen to you because their budget will be suspended if this is not suspended.
No, we are not doing this out of,
really?
you know,
Okay.
a
So
whim.
you will suspend it? They, yes, according to Secretary Abaya, the LTO policy of having both licenses as a requirement will be suspended for the meantime until such study and coordination will be done with the police and with the NBI for a more efficient coordination regarding this. And they will come up with guidelines on what pending crimes will be included
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Recto, thank
Yes,
you.
no
very much.
further questions. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other question? There being none, the budget of the Department of Transportation and Communication will be submitted to the plenary for consideration. 1 minute suspension.
All the small ones.
And assuming it's a pending offense, pag natapos na, tapoy.
Mara.
Biro mo yung one.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, we have a number of agencies where no senators have indicated their intention to interpolate. So may I make an omnibus motion for the following agencies' budgets to be submitted to the plenary? These are the Presidential Communications Operations Office and all of its attached agencies.
Can we just read them for the record, please?
These are, Mr. President, the PCOO proper, the Bureau of Broadcast Services, the Bureau of Communication Services, the National Printing Office, the News and Information Bureau, the Philippine Information Agency, and the Presidential Broadcast Staff, or RTVM.
The budgets of these agencies enumerated by the Majority Leader are submitted to the plenary for consideration.
Mr. President, may I also submit the budget of the Philippines Television Network Incorporated to the plenary?
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. President, the following agencies also do not have any senators' interpolation currently scheduled, so we would like to submit their budgets for consideration to the plenary. These are the Climate Change Commission, the Commission on Filipino Overseas, the Commission on the Filipino Language, the National Commission for Culture and the Arts proper, the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, the National Library of the Philippines, the National Archives of the Philippines, the Pasig River Rehabilitation Commission.
Hold on. Pasig River, okay. Please proceed.
The National Anti-Poverty Commission, the Philippine Commission on Women, the Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor, the Games and Amusement Board, the Mindanao Development Authority, the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, the Optical Media Board, the Philippine Racing Commission, the Presidential Communications Development and Strategic Planning Office. Mr. President.
The rest of the agencies appearing on the next page, Cultural Center of Philippines, etc., there are questions that will be raised here.
Mr. President, well, these are budgetary support to GOCC, so I was going to give another motion.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, the budgets of the other executive offices enumerated by the Majority Leader are submitted to the plenary for consideration.
Mr. President, we also have a set of executive offices which are actually budgetary support to government corporations. The following are also agencies where no senator indicated their intention to interpolate. So I also have an omnibus motion, Mr. President, to approve the budgets of the following, to submit the budgets of the following agencies. These are the Cultural Center of the Philippines, the Social Housing Finance Corporation, the Development Academy of the Philippines, the Philippine Center for Economic Development, the Philippine Postal Corporation, and the Southern Philippines Development Authority, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budgets of these, the budgetary support for these government corporations are hereby submitted for the consideration of the plenary.
Thank you.
May the chair find out from the Majority Leader, what about the budget of the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office? Are there requests for interpellation?
Yes, Mr. President. Senator Enrile has a request for interpellation.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, may I ask for a 1-minute suspension?
1 minute suspension.
Mr. President, ready to resume.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, we will proceed with the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board. So may I ask for a 1-minute suspension to ask our Secretariat to usher them into the hall.
Suspended for 1 minute.
Ilan na itong isa? Pero hindi umuwi yan kasi pag sumagot ang National Homework Teacher. Total budget ko, sir. 2016.
No changes, eh.
To me, that agency is non-existent. I never see them here. Dapat. Wala, talagang patay yung sino. Kaya ako nahihirapan dito dahil wala silang presence. You all here?
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move to recognize one of the vice chairpersons, Senator Gingona, to continue the interpellations on the agencies with regard to housing, and may I also move to recognize Senator Enrile for his interpellations.
Senator Gingona is recognized to present the budget of the housing agencies, and for that purpose, the minority leader is recognized on the period of interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the distinguished Vice Chair favor me with some answers
Most
to
certainly,
some
Mr.
few questions?
Most certainly, Mr. President.
How many agencies are involved in the housing activities of the government?
Seven, Mr. President, including the Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council.
It's LURB,
Yes, sir.
HUDCC,
Yes, sir.
and HMFC.
HGC, Home Guarantee Corporation.
Then NHA,
NHA, yes.
SHFC,
National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, NHMFC.
Just for the record, the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, what is the mandate of this agency? What does it do for for Juan de la Cruz?
It's the primary is to assist local government units in planning their land use plans, Mr. President. Second would be regulating the real estate industry, Mr. President.
Okay, they participate in the planning.
They do not plan. They just render technical assistance, Mr. President.
Why?
Because the ones that plan the land use is the local government, Mr. President. So they're just a assisting. They're just an assisting role, Mr. President.
What are the technical aspects of land use planning?
May we request Senator Rivera to speak on the microphone? We cannot hear.
What are the technical aspects of land use planning?
Best use of land, Mr. President, especially now that in times of climate change, we incorporate climate change adaptation measures and disaster risk reduction management, reduction measures.
Mr. President, thank you for that. But before the onset of this mantra, climate change, this has been going on. No? This agency has been there.
Yes, Mr. President.
What without climate change, what in general is the technical aspect of land use planning?
The determination of the best use of the property or a piece of land, whether it be industrial, agricultural, residential, commercial, Mr. President.
So, in effect, they intrude into the rights of the property owner. They determine whether the owner of this land can use it should use it better for housing or for something else.
No, Mr. President, they don't deal with private persons. They just assist local governments in making a land use plan.
Mr. President, I'm interested, but in what they do actually to merit a budget. If they're going to ask somebody else, then for heaven's sake, why should we need them?
Okay, Mr. President. It's the mandate of the local government units to make a comprehensive land use plan. But since they don't have the technical expertise like environmental planners, and other environmental planners and other technical expertise, then the HLURB steps in and gives the necessary technical assistance.
Do they have a core of technicians, technical people in various fields or disciplines to be able to perform this job? How many engineers do they employ? How many geologists? How many topographists?
No geologist, Mr. President.
We got they will not determine whether there's a cave or whatever in the land that is going to be used for housing. Come on.
Basically, I'm told, Mr. President, environmental planners is what they have.
Environmental plans. Please explain the environmental plan that goes into the planning of housing. Is it open to fire hazard, earthquake, or strong wind, or possible degradation of the soil that will bury the occupants of the land. What are these technical aspects that must be handled by an agency for which we have to provide money?
So they consider the topography, the demography, the socio-cultural aspects, and sectoral analysis, and they integrate everything to come up with a land use plan, a best use for the land.
They also consider the accessibility of the area.
Yes, Mr. President, that's part of it, yes.
And what is the issue of regulation? What do they regulate? Subdivisions?
Subdivisions and condominiums, basically, Mr. President.
What is the substance of the regulatory power?
They issue a development permit, license to sell, Mr. President. For example, a developer submits a subdivision plan, and they have standards. If the subdivision plan is in accordance with their standards after they evaluate, then they issue the necessary license to sell to the developer.
They authorize pre-selling.
Yes, Mr. President, they authorize pre-selling.
What do you do when the subdivision developer cannot deliver?
Basically, the buyers are refunded. The buyer's remedies are to refund, and the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board issues a cease and desist order to the developer from continuing selling and collecting from the public.
And if it could not repay back the advance payments to him by the buyers, do they handle the insolvency aspect of the problem?
No, Mr. President, that's already
Okay.
with the courts.
They have quasi-judicial power, no? Quasi-judicial power. They make decisions,
Yes, Mr. President, they have quasi-judicial powers.
and their decisions, if disputed, is appealable to the ordinary courts.
If it's homeowners associations issue, then it's appealable to the Court of Appeals. But if it's a buyer versus developer issue, then it's appealable to the Office of the President.
Now, they do not actually perform the function of pushing or doing the housing program of the government.
No.
This is not the function of the
No, Mr. President.
housing and land use.
regulatory.
They are dealing only with the suitability of the land according to their standards for housing.
Yes, Mr. President.
All kinds of housing, all kinds of whether urban, rural housing projects will all come to them.
Subdivisions and condominiums only, Mr. President.
All over the country.
Yes, Mr. President.
And but the actual conduct of constructing or funding or whatever of housing our people, they have nothing to do with that.
No, Mr. President.
So, how about the Housing and Urban Coordinating Council, HUDCC? What is the function of this office? And
First,
what does it do for Juan
first-
de la Cruz?
Mr. President, is to coordinate with the different housing agencies and the housing and they also have technical assistance to local government units.
How big is the personnel complement of this organization, Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, if their function is merely to coordinate?
130, Mr. President.
130. How much is their budget?
122 million, Mr. President.
120,
Two.
22
Yes.
with 120 million.
Yes.
At least per capita, 100 million. 1 million. 1 million. So,
More or less, yes.
what is this? I just want to learn the system. What is the substance of your act of coordinating? What do you do when you say coordinate? In what way? What is the meaning of that coordination that you perform? You call conferences. You bring the group together. What?
Yes, Mr. President, they have coordinating meetings, and the chairman of the HUDC, the Housing Urban Development Council, is also the chairman of the 5 housing agencies.
Chairman of the 5
Housing agencies.
What are these agencies? National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation,
the-
National Housing Authority,
Yes, Mr.
Social
President.
Housing Finance,
HLURB, NHMFC, all except the Home Guarantee Corporation. Mr.
What do you do? What do you do for these government corporations that they cannot do themselves?
Policy direction to make sure that all the housing agencies are marching in step with the general direction of the government, Mr. President.
You are not under any cabinet. You are not actually under any line department.
No, Mr. President.
You are out of the line departments, but you are under the office of the president.
Yes, Mr. President.
You are attached to directly to Malacanang.
Yes, Mr. President.
So I understand your organization. How about the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation? What is the function of this?
Well, Mr. President, its function was to securitize home mortgages. It was to take in housing loans, and then these housing loans, they're supposed to sell it to private banks.
Housing loans by whom?
Housing loans by buyers, individual buyers.
No,
The developer develops,
yes.
and then the buyer buys the house.
Yes.
The buyer takes out a loan from National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation.
So they fund.
They
Actually, they are funders.
they
They are
well,
funders of the.
they used to be funders, Mr. President, but they've stopped it already. But if we were look to the letter of their law that created them, that is their primary function. And then they turn around and sell these home mortgages to banks.
You said Mr. President, pardon me for talking directly to my colleague, but anyway, I respect the chair. You use the term "used to be." That
Because
was then before. What now?
We're supposed to focus on secondary mortgage.
no, what are you doing now?
Well, that's why we issue bonds. We issue bonds and mortgage back. Mortgage back security. If you loan to buy,
Well, Mr. President, they issue bonds right now. They're issuing bonds to securitize their loans.
What are the things that are being securitized? Mortgages,
Mortgages, Mr.
mortgage
President.
papers of buyers, or mortgage of lenders?
Mortgage papers of buyers, Mr. President.
So they, in effect, guarantee for the buyer of the house. Is that so?
No, Mr. President, they do not. They just issue bonds, and the bonds are backed up by the loans of the buyers.
Who is liquefied by the securitization of certain debt papers?
The banks and the developers, Mr. President.
The banks. That's why I said the banks will lend to a buyer of a home, and he goes to this agency of the government. I surrender to you my mortgage. You issue bonds, pay me, and you take over the installments.
Yes, Mr. President, that was in the secondary phase of their operations. That's what they did, because primarily they were originally the ones who were paying the developers using government funds, Mr. President. But at some point in time, 1997, they stopped doing that.
I used when I was in the early years of my service as a senator, I sponsored a bill to modify the charter of a home guarantee corporation. What is the relationship of that corporation to this National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation? Is it a separate? They're separate corporations?
Yes, Mr. President, it is a separate corporation, and it guarantees the bonds of National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation.
It is not under the. It's not under this housing community.
It is, Mr. President.
I do not see it here.
There is no budget.
They do not have any budget.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, what is the total debt stock of the National Home
About 20
Mortgage Finance Corporation to date? How many billions of pesos
29
is your flow?
29 billion is their debt.
Well, how
Mr.
much of that
President.
is good, fair, and bad paper?
Well, we work for current, you know,
No, how much is good, how much is bad?
we're talking asset. Liability, okay.
29 billion is your... And all of that is also guaranteed by the Home Guarantee Corporation. Huh?
I beg your pardon, Mr. President.
The 29 billion exposure of NHMFC is guaranteed also by the Home Guarantee Corporation.
Yung bonds lang po, not all, just the bonds portion.
Ano pa ba, outside of the bond portion, do you have other exposures?
Well, we owe SSSDS, I think, from the original UHIP.
How much?
Yes, we have 29 total loans namin sa kanila.
They have obligations to the SSS, GSIS, and Pag-ibig from their original operations, Mr. President.
Why, Pag-ibig is a private operation, not a government housing operation?
No, during the start, Mr. President.
Will you kindly please, with the indulgence of the chair, of the president, will you explain to us the structure
Yes, Mr. President.
of all of these entities, pag-ibig?
Yes, Mr. President. At the start, during the
Commonwealth.
no, the start. What's the start
Well,
of you?
1977,
During around 1977,
December 21.
1977, the original structure was that National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation pays the developers when the buyers take out a housing loan. Now, the source of these funds are the three agencies, SSS, GSIS, and Pag-ibig. They did not use their own funds. They got funds from these three agencies.
So the Pag-ibig is a funder.
Yes, Mr. President.
It is a funder as SSS.
Yes,
That
Mr.
is
President.
the money of the workers. No?
Yes, Mr. President.
And GSIS is the money of the people working for the government, including us.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so now I understand. And these three funders, they support the funding requirements of the housing activities of the government.
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, when the entities that are actually doing the construction and marketing of government housing subdivisions, they can go to any bank, borrow money, but then the debt of the buyer of the house from private entities will be taken over by this finance corporation.
After 1997.
Huh?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, and guaranteed by the Home Guarantee Corporation.
All?
I-
Not all, Mr. President.
Not all.
Not all.
Yeah.
They want to.
Who is the stockholder of National Home Guarantee?
National government.
This is
National government, Mr.
special charter. So this is the vehicle of the government to guarantee debts. But it's actually a government institution to perform this guarantee function. Instead
Oh,
of
you mean Home Guarantee Corporation?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. This corporation is actually a secondary funder because you draw your funding from other government or quasi-government institutions like GSIS, SSS, and
Well, after that, wala na.
Up to 1997 only, Mr. President. After that, it stopped. It stopped. That's why buyers now go directly to Pag-ibig if they want to get a housing loan.
So the one remaining as a funder is Pag-ibig.
Yes, Mr. President.
But the same operation as before, as far as this government finance corporation goes all along with it, isn't it? It is still the
No more.
sub-funder and then takes over the
No more, Mr. President. Since 1997, it has not been issuing
no
home
more.
loans.
They
No
stopped
more.
issuing.
They've stopped. So what they're doing now is basically securitization, issuing bonds.
That's all their function. No.
Right now, yes, Mr. President.
So they are just...
Issue bonds.
And how much do you make in a year for the government by issuing this, by the performing this function of issuing bonds? Actually, these are government bonds.
50?
50 million last year, Mr. President.
All are you taxable by the internal revenue on your interest payment? Final tax of 20%.
Corporate tax, and we also give dividends of 50%.
So corporate tax, Mr. President.
The ordinary corporate tax applicable to to private corporation?
Yes, all the taxes.
Yes, Mr. President.
But there is a special provision in the
Original charge.
Internal Revenue Code that the tax on interest, passive income is a final tax of 20%. How come that they are charging you with a corporate tax?
Well, we're not investing it. We're making money from the spread of that. It's not investment income. It's spread. It's not passive income. It's active. It's the difference between what we earn from the asset pool and the bonds. It's not passive income.
It's not passive income, Mr. President. It's the spread that they make, the difference that between the asset pool and the bonds. The income they earn from that is what is taxed as ordinary corporate income tax.
Asset pool?
Yes, Mr. President, because
And are you talking of the nominal amount of the bond as against its value, market value? What? What are we talking about here?
It's the original loans we bought. Yeah.
the asset pool, Mr. President, is the sum of all the loans, housing loans that
Correct.
they have taken out.
Correct. That's the nominal value or the face value of all the bonds. Diba? Or
Supported by the asset pool.
Yes, that's a face value.
if a developer sold 1 billion worth of houses, all funded by loans, it goes to the finance corporation of the government, surrenders the mortgages, they take over the issue bond to cover, to get from the public or whatever, for whatever, the 1 billion to pay the original funder of the buyer of the houses. Is that it?
Correct. Yeah. Basically, yes, Mr.
That is
President.
the nominal value of the loans. And
Yes,
then,
Mr.
what happened? Your bonds do you have a market for your bonds?
The last one was 2 times.
Or you do a revaluation of your bonds?
So yes, they have a market, Mr. President. The last time was
The double, twice oversubscribed.
twice oversubscribed.
The current bond is selling
Land
the
bank.
premium. It's listed on the Philippines.
So how do you make your income, by the way?
The asset pool was
Please explain to
9.6.
us.
Yung bond namin, we're only paying 4.8. But the asset pool,
The asset pool is
we're making 9.6.
9.6. You're making 9.6.
And we're only paying 4.8 on the bonds.
And they're only paying
4.8.
4.8 on the bonds. So 9.6 versus 4.8.
The asset pool,
We earn 9.
when you say asset, are you talking of the
The loan.
bonds?
The sum of all the buyer's obligations, the loans, the buyer's loans.
The sum total of all the loans.
Yes, Mr. President.
And if how do you value your assets, by the way? You do not have any tangible asset. You have securities, isn't it?
Basically, their assets are receivables, Mr.
Correct.
President.
That's why I said you have no tangible like table or a building.
We have.
Yes, Mr. President.
And you put a value on that. Who does the valuation?
Well, the accounting principle says you take the present value.
Who does the valuation?
We do it, but the COA.
The National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation themselves.
They themselves do
Yes,
this.
sir.
And then
The COA validates.
that gross value, you deduct your obligation. Am I correct?
Yeah, the 4.8% in bonds. Obligation namin.
Yes, Mr.
And
President.
the difference, that is your presumed
Income.
net asset.
Yes, Mr.
And
President.
from that, they impose a tax. Is that done annually?
Yes, it's done annually, Mr. President.
My goodness, if you're being taxed annually on a sliding value, is there a law for that?
Mr. President, what's the question?
No, I'm asking, I'm getting any information if they do a revaluation, they have a fixed obligation, and then they determine their income on the basis of the value of the mortgages that were handled by them, and that's their income. Although that has not been turned into cash yet, that's your income, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. President.
Anyway, we'll go to the substance of this. The National Housing Authority, what does it do?
Builds houses. They're the production arm of the government, Mr. President, for socialized housing.
When you say socialized housing,
Definition.
what is the level of cost of these houses to be called socialized housing?
Basically for the informal sector.
Yes, house and lot.
Yes.
450,000, Mr. President, house and lot.
House and lot for 150,000.
And below.
How many square foot with that square feet would that be? Or meters?
40 square meters lot area, 22 square meters floor area.
Okay. So this is the production, the one that does the actual construction of houses.
Yes, Mr. President.
This is the stockholder of this, in effect, is the government also. The government. The stockholder of this corporation is the government.
Yes, Mr. President.
So in effect, and then you have, what is the function of the Social Housing Finance Corporation? This is not handled by the finance corporation that we were discussing.
It finances. Well, basically, when it comes to informal settlers, it is a funder for socialized housing for informal settlers, Mr. President.
So this is also dealing with socialized housing, but only for squatters.
Yes, for informal settlers, yes, Mr.
Well,
President.
that's a polite way of saying it, but the fact is these are the so-called squatters. Okay. We call a spade. Better. Magiging totoo tayo, no? Now, so you have two kinds of socialized housing. One, the real, the informal settlers and the informal settlers.
Yes,
Am I
Mr.
correct?
President, that's one way of categorizing.
Now, are these the only government agencies of the entire government of Juan de la Cruz doing a housing program?
Yes, Mr. President. Ito na po lahat.
Ito lang.
Yes, Mr. President.
Kanina narinig ko may housing program ang DILG. Yung ba hindi, it does not come under you? Hindi ba gobyerno yun?
The response given to me, Mr. President, is that they are not aware of it.
You are not aware of housing program in the DILG? I thought this organization is the housing SAR of the government.
Insofar as the housing production of the DILG, Mr. President, they are not aware of it.
Yeah. Kaya nga, there is a program outside of you.
Yes.
Are you denying that there is a program outside of you?
They're not aware, Mr. President.
You are not aware. The gentleman is the one in charge of National Housing Authority.
The gentleman beside me is the chairman of the Housing and Urban Development Council, Mr. President.
It's not listed here.
HUDC, under its acronym is HUDC, HUDCC, Mr. President.
Is it here in this hall?
Yes, it is here, Senator.
Housing and Urban
Development.
Coordinating Council. You do not know that there is such a housing program in the Department of Interior and Local Governments. They are supposed to be doing this for informal settlers. Those who are exposed to risks, conditions.
So as far as production, they are not aware. Production of houses by DILG, they are not aware, Mr. President.
All right. But anyway, do you have any idea of the housing, socialized housing requirement of the nation?
$1.5 million for informal settlers all over the country, Mr. President.
Throughout the
For
country.
informal settlers.
And how about socialized? Non-informal.
Informal, for non-informal. So the total universe is 1.5. The total universe is 1.5, Mr. President.
1,500,000 houses are needed.
Yes, Mr. President.
And the average cost of this would be how much?
$300,000, Mr. President. 300 to 310,000, Mr. President.
Now, Mr. President, thank you for that answer. Can you tell me offhand how many have you constructed under this program of socialized housing to date since you became institutions of government?
Since you became institutions of government. To be as
let me, so that you will understand where I'm coming from. Is this the totality of the housing need of the country?
Yes.
This 1.5 million?
No.
For socialized.
No, Mr. President, only socialized.
Correct. Only we're talking of socialized. I'm not talking of those people who have capability.
Yes, Mr. President, 1.5 million, yes.
Beyond 400,000.
50,000. Yes, Mr. President, 1.5 million.
How much of this have you constructed today or served?
No, housing lang. You have to call apples to apples.
socialized housing?
288,000 houses thus far, Mr. President.
Let's say 300. So that so you have a backlog of 1.2 million. Is that it?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Yes.
Senator Cynthia Villar, with the permission of the gentleman on the floor.
Gladly,
Also,
Mr.
certainly.
President, we will learn something from the lady senator.
Yes,
about
Senator.
housing.
There is another program of government without houses. It's called Community Mortgage Program, where you give away only land without the houses so that it will not be so expensive. And we have done 26,000 in Las Piñas City alone. So it's not included there. So there are more. Except that we don't give houses, we just give land to the poor, not houses. And they also amortize, but very cheap.
Is that, Madam Senator, a government operation?
Yes, yes.
And,
But,
and who is handling that?
What?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Socialized Housing Finance Corporation, without the houses, just the land. They call it the Community Mortgage Program.
Yes, I confirm that, Mr. President.
How many of this type of transactions of the government been done?
Community mortgage.
26,000 was handled by one
278,000, Mr. President.
lands. These are lands. Only.
Lots, yes, Mr. President.
All over the country.
All over the country, Mr. President.
Can you give us a listing of where you have this socialized housing in the country so that we will find out we who come from the rural areas, we want to know whether the rural people are also served by your organization.
When will you give it? Yes, they can give it, but they do not have it. They do not have it right now, Mr. President.
Can you just give me some samples of this?
Of areas, Mr. President?
Yeah. Or these are all around Manila and suburbs?
Just once. Give it, just never mind figures, the areas, all around the country. Major cities, Mr. President, Davao, Cagayan de Oro, of course, Metro Manila, Mr. President, Cebu.
But the poorest of the poor are in the rural areas. They can only afford maybe malaki na yung 100,000 na house or 50,000 or even 20,000 peso house. I'm sure you handle from 0 up to 400,000. If we are really talking of societal program, how do you select the situs or areas that must be served? Or you are depending on the developers?
Yeah, but it's driven by application. We don't do it non-sponsored, diba? I mean, nobody applies. You don't do it off-site. You don't do it off-site. You used to do off-site, but you don't do it on-site, no? LGUs and private persons.
If a barrio
Okay.
boy will come to you and will come to you, he borrows money to put up a house, and he comes to you and say, "Will you help me?"
First, Mr. President, first of all, this is a program that caters to first communities. If you, in your example, Mr. President, you said if a barrio boy, then an individual, it will not be covered under the program, Mr. President.
This is not really socialized. You are just catering to people in the urban centers. Can you cite to me a town where you put up a housing program like this of a
there's no-
population of 5,000 voters. That's a community.
There's no housing program, Mr. President, just lots. Bitaw. City pa rin yun. Give me.
Poblasyon Tabuk, Panay. Poblasyon Tabuk, Panay.
There is a project in Poblacion Tabuk,
Tabuk,
Panay,
Tabuk,
in Capiz.
Tabuk,
Yes, Poblacion Tabuk in Capiz.
in Capiz. My goodness, the probable next president is from Capiz. Most favored nation yun. Oh, teka muna. Pero, alam ninyo po, kaya ako ilinalabas ito. Dahil, ang tingin ko, pardon me for saying this, I'm not talking to the sponsor, but I'm talking in general. Ang nakikita ko dito, gumagamit tayo ng mga terminology na hindi totoo. Socialized. When you talk of socialization, you're talking of the whole society. Di ba? Any stupid political science student will understand this. Don't call it. Just call it government housing program, period. But don't just this camouflage term of socialized. You have no socialized housing program. Yes, the amount is quite reasonable within the rates of some people, but it does not cover the entire, the real poor people of the land. The real poor people of the land are out there in the barrios, in the barangays, in the rural areas. So, okay.
Well, Mr. President.
How long will you be able? I'm sure you have 1.5 million demand for housing. This is as of what date?
As of 2011, Mr. President.
2011. Every year you add to the demand because every year you have a generation.
Yes, Mr.
Coming.
President. Yes, Mr.
So
President.
those people are in need of housing. So this is not a static figure.
Yeah.
And how long have you been operating to be able to cover 300,000 houses? How many houses, by the way, do you construct a year?
The 200,000 that has been 300,000 that has been built.
I rounded it up to 300,000.
Yes, yes. Is from 2010 to 2015.
Before that, there was no program.
There was, Mr. President, by previous administrations.
So, but the backlog now is 1.5. 1.5. You have covered. This 1.5 was estimated by the way. Estimated when?
2011, Mr. President.
2011. At that time, it was 1.5. Do you have any idea what it is in now 2015?
I'm informed, Mr. President, that the NHA from 1975 to 2010 built 1 million houses.
From 1975,
75, Mr. President.
panahon namin yun.
Yes, Mr. President.
1 million.
Up to the 2010, yes, 1 million.
Until 2010.
Yes, Mr. President.
So from 2010, you also built to 300,000.
Yes, Mr. President.
Pero itong 1.5 million is no longer current, outdated dito.
Yes, Mr. President, because that was an estimate of 2011. I would also like to add,
How many, just allow me first to
Yes,
ask.
Mr. President.
How much output of housing do you have on the average from 2010 to date were you able to construct annually? Let us see whether the housing family can really do a gargantuan job of providing housing for the poor people of the country.
100,000 annually. I'm told 100,000 annually by NHA, Mr. President.
So with this, annually you need 12 just to catch up, and then 12 years to catch up and finish this backlog.
There is an X factor, Mr. President. Whenever developers make a subdivision, a housing project, the law requires that developers set aside 20% of the total number of units for socialized housing. That is not built by NHA. That is not built by government. Yet it is under the category of socialized housing. So that also answers that 20% requirement. Answers also the needs of that 1.5 million.
Are those 20%?
Yes. For example, Mr. President, if you have 100 houses in your whole subdivision, 20 houses have to be sold as socialized housing.
All right. Now, $500,000 and below. Ngayon, pag ginawa mo yun, yung ba ay covered din ng Mortgage Finance Corporation?
Okay. So how much is
Covered din ng Mortgage Finance Corporation?
So, Mr. President, we have 100,000 annually by NHA, and then Pag-ibig, I'm told, 60,000 a year, and then there is also the 20% requirement of the developers, which is not programmable because you cannot tell how many developers will put up subdivisions in a year, in a given year.
So how much of this 1.5 million is still unserved? So the 300,000 is not a correct figure because there are other supply being produced by other methods.
Can you answer that? How much has been? So you've got, look, 1.5, 1.5 minus energy production, minus big production, minus the 20%. So how the question is, how much has been 35,000 per year? So what, 35,000 plus 100,000? Can somebody do the math? Don't let 195. 195. Okay, the universe, the total is 195,000 per year, Mr. President, including from NHA, from Pag-ibig, and from the 20% requirement of developers, which is the private sector, Mr. President.
So it will take at least 2 administration to just to cover up the deficiency.
Yes. It seems, Mr. President.
It seems. I hope the Liberal Party will be able to make a faster solution to the housing problem of the country. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I...
Thank you, Senator Enrile. Still on the housing sector or some other sector?
Still on the housing.
Still on the housing
Senator
sector.
Honasan will be
Yes,
next.
Senator Honasan is recognized.
Mr. President, will the distinguished gentleman yield to just one question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman, just as a reference point, I was reading the titles of the agencies. It says here, Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board. And it says Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council. And then it says National Housing Authority. And then it says Social Housing Finance Corporation. And then the fifth, it suddenly says National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation.
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, my question is just as a reference point for policy and funding purposes. Is a house and a home by terminology? By the way, Mr. President, I cleared this with the acting majority floor leader because I was afraid that predictably you would laugh at this question. But he said in all seriousness, he said, a home is where love is. Now, my question basically is, from a purely technical point of view, are these two terms, house and home, interchangeable? Are there standards that will allow us to define what constitutes a socialized house? Is it a house and lot, medium rise, home?
It's the value, Mr. President.
Yes, I understand. But again, I go back to my premise, no? For planning purposes, so that we will not have a moving target. When you talk of socialized housing, as the minority floor leader pointed out, it is intended to service the majority of our people who are in dire need of shelter.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so it's in that serious context that I ask this question. So, value, let's say a house would have a one bathroom, how many rooms? Would it stand on what is the floor area? Are there standards for that? What is the land area? And then if we relate it to the more important aspect of land use planning, then this is when everything comes into play. So that's basically my question.
Well, actually, the standard for calling a house and lot socialized is the price, Mr. President. That's it. It varies from place to place. Some have core houses, some have houses with divisions within. But basically, the technical meaning of socialized housing within the housing family, all these agencies is the value of 450,000 and below.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I don't want to push this further, but that has always been the dilemma of both houses of Congress, no? Every time we ask for data, we are given numbers. What we want to know is based on standards that are, I assume, fixed as variables for what constitutes a house, whether it's socialized, whether it's funded by the private sector or jointly funded, PPP, convergence and all that. What constitutes a habitable house that will service the needs of let's say, a family of two, a family of three, a family of five. That's the point I would like to pursue.
Meron pong Batas Pambansa 220,
okay.
Yun po nagbibigay ng minimum standards para sa bahay. Minimum standards po.
Then, while there is time, is it possible to request our resource persons to furnish some of, not at this point. You can do this later. I hope in time for the amendment, so that we can reorient whatever we have in budgetary support, to something more rational for long-term policy purposes. Because if the observation is it will take 2 administrations to catch up with the backlog, I don't think our people can wait. Diba? So there must be some imaginative way of fast-tracking this para we can look at the possibility, especially for the next Congress, to enact legislation that will, let's say, consolidate
Yes, Mr.
all the
President.
housing agencies.
Yes, Mr. President. You mentioned that it will take several administrations to catch up. But I'd like to point out, Mr. President, that the budget for the housing agencies is not even 1% of the national budget. So it's really a function of money. It's a function of resources, Mr. President.
It is also a function of a clear definition of what constitutes our national priorities.
Oh, definitely, Mr.
Yes.
President.
So that's
We
all
are
I-
in agreement there, yes.
And anyway, I would like to reiterate our request, if we can,
Yes,
be fair,
Mr.
so
President.
that we can help each other make the necessary interventions.
Most certainly, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Manasan. Any other colleague of ours who would avail of the period of interpellation for the housing agencies first? So that if there are none, the chair is ready to receive a motion for the referral of these housing agency budgets to the plenary.
Mr. President, I move that we submit to the plenary for consideration the following agencies: the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, the Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, the National Housing Authority, and the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, Mr. President.
All right. Yes. Approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr.
1 minute
President.
suspension.
Okay.
Okay.
I hope so too.
Philippine sports. Question siya. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize one of the Vice Chairman of Finance, Senator Gingona, to present the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission and to also recognize Senator Tito Soto for his interpellation.
The consideration of the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission is in order. Senator Gingona is recognized to sponsor the measure of the budget.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And Senator Soto is recognized to avail of the period of interpellation. For the record, the Senator Gingona How much is the budget for 2016 of the Philippine Sports Commission?
189,872,000, Mr. President.
Thank you. 189.6 million.
0.8.
0.8 million. Senator Soto.
Thank you, Mr. President. I missed the amount.
Mr. President, it's 189,872,000.
How much is the annual allocation of PAGCOR given to PSC's National Sports Development Fund? We're aware that 5% gross income of the PAGCOR is allotted for sports program.
900 million for 2015, 700 million for 2014, 680 million for 2013, 659 million for 2012, 575 million for 2011, and 506 million for 2010, Mr. President.
All right, that's fine. 900 million for this year.
Yes, Mr.
And you have collected it already?
Not yet, not all. Not all, Mr. President.
Not all.
Not all, Mr. President.
Around what percentage?
It's up to December, so just 2 more months collection, Mr. President.
Oh, I see. The 750 million last year, you were able to collect it?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, good. That means there will be 100% collection this year also. Now, may we know the breakdown of the PSC's expenditure program distribution on its National Sports Development Fund for 2016, particularly on high-level sports, mass-based sports, technical support, infrastructure, and general administration? You can just submit it if it's lengthy, and you will have.
They will submit it, Mr. President.
You do have it with you now. We just want a clearer picture on how this is divided among the high-level sports and the mass-based sports.
They will submit it, Mr. President.
The PSC has always said that it's giving out equal importance also to grassroots, grassroots sports. Can you give us the latest update on the recruits or the talents identified by PSC in various sports like athletics, boxing, swimming, basketball?
Could we have the question again, Mr. President?
Now, we would like to have an update on your grassroots sports program. Your latest recruits, talents that you have identified on athletics, boxing, swimming, basketball. You see, I believe it's important because sports activities enforced by the government, especially the LGUs, should be coordinated with the PSC so that we will be working on a single sports policy direction. That is, you have enough funding coming from PAGCOR. Are there...
It is the NSAs that are identifying the talents and recruiting them, Mr. President.
We've been, well, because my office received a complaint saying that the PSC has been biased against mass-based sports in terms of allocating its share of the budget. Is this true?
Biased against what, Mr. President?
Mass-based sports.
Mass-based sports.
Sabi nila, yun ang kino-complain nila. As far as allocating of the share of the budget.
No. The answer is that it's not. They are not biased, Mr. President.
So how much of the budget is spent on mass-based sports and how much is spent on the high-level sports?
60% is for mass-based sports. 60% is used for the NSAs.
And these NSAs mostly are elite sports. These are not the mass-based sports.
Yeah, but they're
Mga training pool, mga ganon, ano? Oh.
training pool, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
that's what I mean. So perhaps you should look into the percentage of your budget on the mass-based program of PSC. We've been giving a lot of attention to elite sports more than the grassroots sports. That is a fact. But we have not been very successful. Di ba? All right, let me move on. I'll just go over the list that I was asking for earlier, all right? Now, I'm sure you're aware that there are many talented world-class Filipino athletes, you know, who either reside or intentionally does not want to be part of any NSA because of too much politics in the associations. But however, they continue to train and participate in tournaments on their own. So are you helping these athletes if they are not members of the NSAs? By giving financial assistance to their various international states? Oh.
Yes, Mr. President, when there is a request.
When there is a request?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Some of our staff has been following the predicament of the Philippine chess today. Our grandmaster is now playing in the United States. Are you supporting this? Are you supporting
the chess grandmaster?
Our chess grandmaster?
No, in the States.
No, I'm sorry. This grandmaster that we used to have, he's now playing for the United States. Dahil hindi raw siya natutulungan dito sa atin. Yun ang isa sa mga complaint niya. Anyway.
Well, Mr. President, the allegation is not totally true because when he was here, he was supported by the PSC.
And you will have the documents to support that?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. In the recent international competitions, like in the recent 28 Southeast Asian Games in Singapore, we sent a contingent of 472 athletes, including our flag bearer, Lisa Valdez of the women's volleyball team. May we know the standing of our medal for this games, the 28th Southeast Asian Games?
We ended up 6th place in Singapore, Mr. President. Yeah, with 29 gold, 36 silver, and 66 bronze.
Thank you. How was it compared to the last one, the 27th Southeast Asian Games? Are we improving, Mr. President?
We're improving,
Or are
Mr. President.
we-
From the 7th place, we became 6th place.
We used to be number 1 and number 2. What's wrong?
We were number 1, yes. We were number 1 in 2005.
What's wrong? You didn't have 900 million before. Plus your budget now, it's 1 billion. You didn't have that before. And we were doing fine.
Where's your training? They've been asking for a training center, Mr. President. Right now, the training center is Rizal Memorial, and they've been complaining that it's number 1, it's highly polluted. Number 2, binabaha.
You have no capital outlay in your budget now.
None, Mr. President.
Why? Hindi kayo binigyan ng DBM o hindi kayo humingi?
DBM did not give them, Mr. President.
Perhaps because you're getting 5% share of the PAGCOR. From PAGCOR. Baka yun ang iniisip nila. Ha? This year, 900 million. Plus 1 million, 189 million in total. Anyway, we recently passed the Republic Act 10699, the Expanded National Athletes and Coaches Benefits and Incentives Act. I principally authored it together with some of our colleagues here. We are increasing the incentives as well as the covered international sporting events for national athletes, coaches, trainers. It will be initially sourced also from the share of the PSC from PAGCOR. But this year it will be integrated in the GAA already. Now, considering that the law was approved and signed by the President last November 13 only, 2015, I'm sure it was not considered in the formulation of your budget now.
No, it was not.
So how do you plan to implement the law?
It will be funded from PABGOR, Mr. President.
So it'll come from the budget that you have right now.
It's over and above, Mr. President.
Well, because this was recent, I wanted to ask you what would be your budgetary requirement for the initial implementation, but I'm sure you will not have the answer at this point because this was just recent. Now, so you are assuring us that you are giving financial support to athletes competing in international events even if they are not members of the NSA, of any NSA, as long as they are requesting the PSC, and these are legitimate international events.
And they follow, there is a request and that they follow the requirements, Mr. President.
So, and what is the extent of your support? Does it include plane tickets, accommodations?
In some cases, yes, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Thank you,
The name
Senator
of the
Soto.
chess grandmaster is Wesley Soro. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Soto. The Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move to submit the budget of the Philippine Sports Commission to the plenary for consideration.
Approved.
Mr. Chairman, 1 minute suspension, please.
1 minute suspension.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I've received information that the following agencies have no interpolations currently scheduled from any senator. So I'd like to move to submit to the plenary the budgets of the Dangerous Drugs Board and the Governance Commission for Government-Owned and Controlled Corporations, Mr. President.
Any objection? None approved.
Mr. President, next on our list is the National Telecommunications Commission. May we have a 1 minute suspension to ask them to take their seats?
1 minute suspension. Rambo. Tawagan mo, sabi mo, ngayon na at si ngayon na mag-recite singing ko na. Si Richie, Garcia.
Bakit hindi ka nag-question? Sabi nag-question na kung lang. Ngayon na yung sila ka-discuss kung lang yung budget namin.
I-text mo, sabi mo now. Okay, now. Sige, awak mo na.
Kausap ko namin yung PDP, ma'am, na-update po namin. Ano po, anytime po mapapalabas po namin. Meron po kami from Blue Pilar, their office, to the city. Pinadala po namin. Yes, we deliver this to your office. City po. Yes, ma'am. Meron yung pong CD kasama ma'am letter na.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
I'll check po yun.
Session is resumed.
NTC.
Mr. President, may I move to be recognized as another Vice Chairperson of Finance and to present the budget of the National Telecommunications Commission.
The consideration of the budget of the National Telecommunications Commission is in order. The chair recognizes the sponsor of the budget, Senator Bam Aquino, and to interpolate Senator Soto is recognized.
Mr. President, first of all, for the record, we would like to tell the esteemed body that the budget for the NTC is 399,475,000 pesos, Mr. President.
Noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. One of the NTC's mandates is to regulate and supervise radio, television, broadcast stations, cable television, and pay television. Can you please inform this body how exactly do you regulate and supervise cable television?
Mr. President, the NTC gives provisional authority to entities that wish to establish cable companies in particular areas. Without this provisional authority, they cannot operate their cable companies, Mr. President.
I can just imagine the difficulty of your monitoring all these, because there are many cable companies all over the country. How many are they? Nationwide.
Around 1,200 cable companies, Mr. President. 1,200.
1,200. More than 2 for every province.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, all right. What do you do with the concerns that are being filed, or complaints that are being filed in the service interruption? The subscribers are left with no choice but to report interruption, then they just await the resumption of the cable. Is there no kind of no form of protection for the consumers, such as there is a prorated deduction of their monthly subscription pagka yung napuputol-putol ang mga programa pinanonood nila?
So what happened was we sent a team to inspect the area, and then we filed cases already dun po sa mga areas.
Mr. President, upon receiving complaints from subscribers, the NTC actually has their staff investigate in the area what were the possible reasons, no, for any service interruption. And if they find that there is a need to file an admin case on the cable companies, then they have the option to do so, Mr. President, depending on the results of their investigation.
All right. I'm sure the commissioners are aware of the complaints, especially in noon time, no? There are many complaints from different areas.
In fact, Mr. President, he has a document here, a report regarding noontime shows and specifically the Aldab case. No? So if you wish, Mr. President, we can ask the commissioner to send to your office this report.
Yes, please. We would like to be able to receive and be furnished a copy. Yes. We notice that the complaints come in every time that portion of the program is on air. Pag on air na yung portion na yun, maraming areas na nagba-blackout ang mga cable.
Hindi kaya, Mr. President, maraming nanonood kaya nauubusan ng signal. I don't think so, Mr. I don't think it works that way, Mr. President.
Maraming nanonood kaya inaalis ng cable company.
Oh, I think that needs to be investigated, Mr. President.
Well, yes, I think they are investigating it already, no? All right. So that was supposed to be the cable TV industry. I understand, I received a notice that they are complaining about the introduction to the market of the black box. Sabi nila, the transition to digital standard of broadcasting does not do away with the requirement to secure a separate legislative franchise. So, kailangan ba ng franchise ng ABS dito?
Actually, sir, right now, the situation is that we're still finalizing implementing those regulations.
Kasi yung black box, wala nang ano yun, Mr. President. Wala nang cable yun.
Mr. President, it's the opinion of the commissioner that you don't need a separate franchise.
You do not. All right. All right.
Move to digital.
Okay. We just received a query from a group of cable TV industry players. That's why I needed to ask that question. Have you issued a certificate of public convenience or certificate public convenience and necessity for the introduction to the market of this new digital method?
What we did is we already issued a running circular for the implementing rules and regulations, and then the next step is they will start to apply. Companies will start to apply for the digital channel.
Mr. President, they have they're currently finalizing the IRR. They finished the IRR. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I stand corrected. They finished the implementing rules and regulations for the implementation of the so-called black box, nor the digital television. And upon finalizing that IRR, multiple companies can now apply to be part of that service, Mr. President.
I'm sure the others will follow suit. No? All right, thank you for that. It's good to know that you are ready for that. Now, a global leader in broadband testing, Ookla is the name, no? They say that the Philippines has the second slowest average download speed in 22 countries in Asia and 176th out of 202 nations around the globe. How do you intend to address the problem on the country's very slow internet connection speed? But mind you, during the APEC, according to them, it was very, very fast.
Yes,
in the
Mr.
area.
President.
So anong naging problema rito? Sino ang bida dito at sino rin ang may kasalanan nito?
Well, Mr. President, if I may answer, because this has been subject of multiple hearings that I have also held.
Okay,
no?
good.
It is true that we are lagging behind our neighbors with regard to the internet, and in fact, if you look at the pronouncements during APEC, one of the pillars, which was e-commerce, can only be achieved with a good internet infrastructure. So definitely, Mr. President, you are absolutely right in pointing this out. Now, in the last hearings that we've had, we've looked at two basic solutions to the problem. One is a market solution, and that means that we need more competition in the Philippines, no? Because, Mr. President, for a country as large as ours, we don't have enough players in the market. And in fact, there are new players coming to the market next year, no? Secondly, Mr. President, is maybe an even larger investment in terms of our internet infrastructure with regard to monies from government. Because a lot of our neighboring countries, Mr. President, the government actually invested in laying out fiber optic cable, and then upon which the telecommunications companies just paid rent, no? And this is because, Mr. President, the telcos will always tend to concentrate in the marketable areas. And in the areas which have less density, they are less likely to lay down fiber optic cable. So, Mr. President, the DOST and not the NTC actually has a budget for free Wi-Fi, and we have actually approved that last year, Mr. President. And that symbolizes, or that is the initial investment of government to improve the internet infrastructure in the Philippines. But my take, Mr. President, is that it's really both of the solutions happening side by side. Government investing, at the same time allowing more competition in the market. No? Now, Mr. President, the NTC has actually done a number of moves through memorandum circular to try to create a more consumer-friendly regime for the internet, no? Because a lot of our countrymen are complaining that what is advertised is not what they are actually getting through their devices. So, a few months ago, Mr. President, and I think next month, the NTC is releasing a memorandum circular that details the acceptable speeds for mobile and for fixed line, and compared to the advertised rates that they had. Now, with regard to the APEC, Mr. President, the good commissioner told me that the government paid actually extra for faster speed in all of the APEC venues. So, in short, Mr. President,
paid who?
Paid the telcos, paid the providers, Mr. President, to provide the highest or the almost highest levels of internet in the venues.
Therefore, if the telcos want, they would be able to upgrade everything.
I think so, Mr. President. No, it's really a matter of investment on their part. No, if the infrastructure was doubled, tripled, quadrupled, then we should have better internet, Mr. President. But the NTC, again, in many of our hearings, was quick to point out that because they're a deregulated industry, at best, the NTC can go after them in terms of consumer protection, but in terms of regulating prices or even speeds, they are unable, no? Because of RA 7925, which is the Public Service Act, which does not include the internet as one of the basic services. So currently, Mr. President, all over the world, the internet is already being converted into a basic service. And in fact, in the United States, President Obama made that pronouncement, no, to convert the internet as a basic service. But in our country, it's still considered a value-added service, in which, of course, means that they have less powers, no, to regulate the industry, or they cannot actually regulate the industry.
Well, therefore, an amendment is in order, perhaps.
Yes, Mr. President.
You can spearhead the filing of the bill.
Mr. President, we've been studying that, no? In fact, it is a constant debate in our committee what solution to push for. Because, Mr. President, regulating an industry, some economists will also say that that may not be the best solution. The other solution, of course, is to have true competition in the market. Because with true competition, Mr. President, the prices tend to go down. At the same time, the quality will go up. So the question is, why aren't these other companies investing in the Philippines? And maybe, Mr. President, that's another matter for another
Do you have an answer to that question?
Mr. President, some will point to the constitutional ownership restrictions, But honestly, I will point to ease of doing business. If getting permits and licenses and franchises were easier, then we would have more competition in the Philippines, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Now that you mentioned Memorandum Circular, I am aware of your Memorandum Circular 13-6-200. Do you recall that? Are you implementing this? This is the sale and use of prepaid cards. Are you implementing this circular?
Mr. President, that circular has been withdrawn.
It's been withdrawn. And
it was raised to court, Mr. President.
Yes, but the TRO was lifted.
According to our friends from the NTC, Mr. President, the TRO was not lifted. So they had withdrawn the memorandum circular already. Okay, Mr. President, if I may explain. This was an omnibus memorandum circular on prepaid cards, which included SIM card registration, on the pulse, pulse billing, the 6-second pulse billing, among others. And this was taken to court at the RTC level in Quezon City. So, Mr. President, what the NTC did was they withdrew the MC, and then they broke down each piece into separate memorandum circular, so that not the whole omnibus circular would be held up at the RTC. So that's the status, Mr. President.
All right. Anyway, that means we need to fast track the bill declaring registration for all prepaid SIM cards.
Actually, Mr. President, with the recent
left for us to do.
With the recent terrorist attacks in France and some concerns in security, it looks like that bill is more important now than ever before, Mr. President.
Yes, it is. So I thank the good sponsor, Mr. President, and the officials of the NTC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there any other member of the chamber who wishes to interpolate? Senator Cynthia Villar.
I just want to ask the NTC, we had an investigation on the text scam here in the Senate, and they promised that they will do a series of texting to the consumers about the danger of text scam, and they did that from September 9 to September 22, and they promised also that they'll do TV ad to warn the consumers of the text scam, and they haven't done that. So I just want to hear from them when do they intend to do these TV ads to warn the people against text scam?
Yes, Mr. President, the production of the video is already finished. They're currently talking to KBP for some airtime. However, because they don't have any funds to air this commercial, they're hoping for some free airtime from the KBP. And hence the delay, Mr. President.
I hope they will do that as soon as possible.
Yes, actually it's not for free. It can be a tax credit. So they're currently negotiating that, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Any other senator who wishes to interpolate? The chair sees none and hears none.
Mr. President, I therefore move to submit the budget of the National Telecommunications Commission to the plenary for consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. President, may we now request the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process to come to the plenary for their budget deliberation. May we ask for a 1-minute suspension for the...
1-minute suspension.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, for the record, the budget of the Office of the Presidential Advisor in the peace process is 767.913 million pesos for 2016. Now, Mr. President, no senator has indicated their intention to interpolate, so I therefore move to submit the budget of the OPAP for consideration at the plenary.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Mr. President, may we now ask PDEA to come to the floor? 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension.
Ready, sir? Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, may I be recognized to present the budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency?
Senator Benigno Aquino is recognized.
And may we recognize Senator Soto for his interpellation?
The gentleman from Quezon City is recognized on the period of interpretation on the budget of PDEA.
Mr. President, for the record, the budget of PDEA is 947.102 million pesos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The total budget of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency in the bill, General Appropriations Bill, has been reduced from 969 last year to only 947, a reduction of 22 million. Now, the budget cut appears to be from the item on personal services. May we know the possible effect of such a budget cut, Mr. President? What particular program kaya or key performance factors would be affected by this budget cut?
Mr. President, actually, I've been informed by our Senate staff that it actually increased. The total new appropriation actually increased from the GAA to the NEP. I think, Mr. President, what we were looking at before was the obligations. No?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the figure that you had mentioned, Mr. President, is the total obligations for 2015. But if you look at 969, Mr. President. But the actual budget in the GAA is only 915. So it actually went up, Mr. President, from 915 to 947. And the PS went from 575 to 612 million.
I see. All right. I'm glad you explained that. What about capital outlay? I think it was reduced.
Yes, Mr. President.
By about 12 million, from 29 to 17.
That's right, Mr. President.
And I think the reduction was primarily from the deletion of an appropriation of buildings and other structures in 2015. May we know what buildings are these and the status of their completion? Tapos na ba?
May building ba kayong pinagawa this year? Yeah? Wala naman.
Mr. President, they haven't constructed any building for 2015. They didn't construct any building for 20. How about 2014? Buildings? None. Mr. President, they have not constructed any buildings for both 2014 and 2015.
Well, the way I understand it, they're badly in need of an additional building in the.
Mr. President, actually, there's about 18 million pesos construction. May I ask for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President? Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, the balance actually was for a number of buildings in the 2015 budget that were not completed. So hence, Mr. President, the current budget reflects a decrease.
Yeah, that's why. Now, the building was not, the proposed budget was for a building, but it was not...
for buildings, Mr. President,
but
in
it
various
was not
areas.
Done, no?
But they weren't completed, Mr.
It
President.
was not completed, it was not even started.
Yes, Mr. President.
No. Do they still need it?
Yes, Mr. President, they're happy to accept the budget because these are renovation of their existing regional offices.
Why wasn't it implemented?
Yes, I've been to 2 of 3 of them in the Visayas. They're all dilapidated.
Mr. President, the funds are still valid until
All right.
next year because
I
it's a
see.
capital outlay. So I think they
I
intend
see.
to complete. So that funding is still available. It just hasn't
okay.
been implemented, Mr. President.
Pwede na lang dagdagan kung kulang kung sakali man.
If you wish, Mr. President, we would accept the increase.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. The data on the estimated number of drug users in the Philippines is still, the one you're using is still the 2012 national survey conducted by the DDV, no?
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, that kind of information would greatly help the agency, I know, in profiling drug abuse in the country. So, has there been any update or recent update on this information? National survey on drug users or drug abusers in the country?
Mr. President, the Dangerous Drugs Board is in process of conducting this year or early next year a nationwide survey regarding the number of drug users in the Philippines. So in a few months, Mr. President, they will have updated data.
All right.
And
Thank
maybe,
you.
Mr. President, we can instruct them to send to your office the data when available.
Yes, please. That would be, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Last year, the PIDEA conducted 703 anti-drug operations, which resulted to the arrest of about 1,172 drug personalities. What percentage of these were successful in apprehending drug personalities and confiscation of drugs and drug-related paraphernalia? What percentage of these operations were high-impact operations? And what percentage resulted to the arrest of high-value targets? 1,172 drug personalities kasi I'm sure hindi lahat dyan low level or street level. No?
Yes, Mr. President. Maybe we can start with answering how many of the 1,172 are high-level targets and how
Okay.
many are low-level targets.
All right.
What percentage would be high-level targets, Mr. President? Let me get the answer for you. Yeah. So high value is 1.5. So 1.5 of the 1.7 of the ito lahat are high value. So yung total is what? Ano yung total na? Of 13,000. Actually, Mr. President, for 2015, Mr. President, or 2014?
2015.
Okay. Mr. President, as of 2015, the total number of arrests is 13,946. Of these 13,946, 1,241 are high-value targets, or about 1,241, Mr. President. And then 12,705 are the street level, for a total of 13,946 arrested for 2015, up to September 30 of 2015, Mr. President. May we request the Secretariat to fix the audio?
Well, my figures are wrong. I understand that these figures came from the PIDEA, but I don't know what they were pertaining to. So tama yung 703 anti-drug operations? Tama yun? Hindi. All right,
That is
let
the
me,
Mr.
let me
President,
rewind.
that is the first semester figure.
First semester figure. Ayun.
I'm giving you, Mr. President,
The entire picture as of today.
as of September 30, Mr. President.
September 30, I see. All right. Thank you.
Mr. President, I haven't answered your other questions.
Yes. What is the percentage, or how many operations were successful high-impact operation?
Mr. President, for 2015, as of September 30, 139 were high-impact operations, while the other operations, or street level, is 17,031. So it's less than 1% of the total number of operations, Mr. President, of PIDEA.
17,000, you're successful, but that's alarming. And recently, let me pick the mind of the Drug Enforcement Agency on this. Recently, there was a push for the legalization of medical marijuana. What is the stand of the PIDEA on the issue of medical marijuana?
They're not in favor, Mr. President.
Very good.
Because it's already allowed under the law, Mr. President, as you have said multiple times.
Yes, in Republic Act 9165 under compassionate use. So there is no need to legalize
Yes, Mr.
marijuana per se. And for the record, so that the PIDEA can also check on this, the United States Drug Institute, up to now, which is one of the biggest respected drug research office being used by the United Nations, has not proven that marijuana can cure anything, even up to the present. Now, what is even a bigger picture is the Israeli Research Institute. Israel, when it comes to research, is number one. They have been conducting research on marijuana for 52 years. And as we speak today, you can ask the Research Institute in Israel, they have not found anything in marijuana that can cure anything, any disease. The best is perhaps psychological effect. Anyway, for the record, so that the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency can look into that also.
They concur, Mr. President. They're nodding their heads.
Thank you very much. Now, a lot of the drug-related cases still result to acquittal. Ano? Asan ba problema natin dito? Ang conviction rate natin is so bad. The drug-related personalities arrested in these anti-drug operations from 27.16% natin in 2000 to 2014, ngayon 26%.
What year to?
Hindi nag-improve, bumaba pa eh.
2011, 2015.
How do you propose to arrest this or address this concern? Ang baba ng conviction
Yes.
rate natin?
Mr. President, no, for the record, for the cases from 2011 to 2015, for the resolved cases, we only have a conviction rate of 19.01%. So around one-fifth, Mr. President. Dismissal is 28.17%, and then acquittal is 52.81%. So definitely, Mr. President, around 81% are either dismissed or acquitted. How do you want to?
Kaya patuloy eh. That's one of the reasons kaya patuloy ang problema natin.
Bago ba yan?
Mas marami yung na-acquit.
Mr. President, for the past 5 years, although again these figures are 5 years old, no, so of course we question if how effective it is. But what PDEA has been doing is that they deploy case monitors at the courts to check the progress of the different cases, the drug-related cases that they have filed. But maybe, Mr. President, they can also check that strategy because in the past 5 years, we have quite a low 19% conviction rate.
All right. But it just dawned on me now. I just remembered because recently we had a necrological service for Senator Boy Herrera. He was my partner in the creation of the Citizens Drug Watch. I was his vice chairman. Now that he has passed on, I just remembered that one of the key roles of the Citizens Drug Watch then was to monitor the drug cases, and that is why we had many members nationwide. I will reactivate the Citizens Drug Watch. As Vice Chairman, I will take over as Chairman. I will look into the records that we have in the SEC, reactivate it, and coordinate with PDEA so that we will reactivate the entire Citizens Drug Watch nationwide and monitor all the drug cases. We've been doing that before, but somewhere along the way when Senator Herrera stopped when he transferred to the House of Representatives, we were not able to continue with the actions being undertaken by the Drug Watch. So, for the record, we'd like to make sure or give notice to the PDEA that we will coordinate.
Mr. President, Yusek Akdak mentioned that they'd be very happy to work with your office to reactivate the Citizens Drug Watch, and this representation would also want to participate in focusing on this, as it's also a major issue for you.
I'm very glad to hear that. As a matter of fact, I am now officially inviting you to be a member of the board.
And I accept, Mr. Chairman. I accept.
Thank you very much. We need new and young blood.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, new types of dangerous drugs, derivatives, and intermediates have continued to enter our country. There has been more incidents of or seizure of fly high, and the first recorded incidents of aziridine. Tama ba to? Aziridine?
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh, meron na, no? Oh, how will you address this new kind of drugs? Pasok naman ito sa atin sa DDB, no? Not yet classified?
It isn't classified as a dangerous drugs yet, Mr. President.
Well, in your next meeting, please do take...
Mr. President, if you can, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President. Multiple. Okay. Ready to resume, Mr. President. Mr. President, for aziridine, this is the first time I've heard of this, Mr. President. What is the street name of aziridine? No, street name. No street name. Okay. For Asiridin, Mr. President, it is already a part of the dangerous drugs list. For the
Fly high.
Salvia divinorum, also the first time I heard about that, Mr. President. It's also already on the dangerous drugs list, but as our friends from PDEA have mentioned, there are multiple derivatives which are already available but not yet in the dangerous drugs list.
We should work for an update very soon. I suggest that in your next board meeting, you take it up.
Yes, Mr.
All
President,
right.
they will.
Thank you. There has been a continuing utilization of minors, Mr. President, in the transport of illegal drugs. Notably, the data of apprehension of drug personalities show that minors as young as 6 years old are being employed. May we know what steps are being taken by DPDEA to address this concern? Is there an interagency effort to reduce the number of minors being used or utilized with the DSWD? Pag nakaka-aresto kayo ng minor, anong ginagawa?
Mr. President, the Dangerous Drugs Board is an interagency body, so any type of coordination is done through there. But let me ask you, Sec Kakdak, has there been may talk na ba about that? Not yet. Cases, diba? Yes. Apprehended. Mr. President, the term that they use for minors in the drug trade is rescued, no? They rescued. So all the children that they rescue and in the drug trade, they actually turn over to DSWD, Mr. President. So I think it's only up to that point. Any type of interagency effort is only up to that point.
Yes, perhaps an information campaign should still be again conducted. Again, we'll try to work it out with the Citizens Drug Watch in partnership with the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency.
Yes. And Mr. President, they have a special desk for children in all of their regional offices.
All right, very good. That I did not know about. Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We will look into the possibility of amending the budget so that we can continue with the refurbishing or renovation of the PDEA regional offices.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soto. Senator Juan Ponce Enrile is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief in my interpellation tonight. I do not want to tire the young man, the Benjamin of this House. Mr. President, may I know what is the size of the problem that we are discussing? How many drug users are there in the country today according to your record?
1.3 million drug users as of 2012, Mr. President.
1.3
million.
On a per capita basis, how many grams of shabu? By the way, what kind of prohibited drugs are involved in our problem in the country? Cocaine,
Mr. President, shabu, if I may read the top 5. Shabu has 568,000 users. 568,000.
Yes.
Marijuana has 460,000 users. And then inhalants has 108,000 users, Mr. President. Top 3.
Inhalants.
Yeah, I guess rugby and others, no?
What is the last one?
Inhalants.
Yeah.
Drugs that are sniffed.
They sniff.
Yes, Mr. President.
This includes cocaine.
No, Mr. President. Cocaine is a separate category.
Do we have users of cocaine in the country?
27,000, Mr. President.
27,000. So the bulk
is shabu and marijuana, Mr.
shabu
President.
and marijuana, and most of the users of this bulk are become a hoi polloi of the country.
I agree. Anong socio-economic class ang Shabu?
The low-income group.
Mr. President, it cuts across all socio-economic classes.
Well, rich, poor, middle class.
Do you have data? Mr. President, the drug users for marijuana and shabu actually cut across the socioeconomic strata. But according to this 2014 data of PDEA, the mean age is 30 years for our drug users.
20 years.
30 years.
30 years.
The ratio, this is very interesting.
The young people of our nation.
Actually, Mr. President, I'm quite surprised that it's older, no? Because 30 is the edge of youth already.
Yeah.
So it's not as young as I would have expected. Another interesting fact, Mr. President, that the ratio of male to female is 12:1. So most of these drug users are male.
Male.
Male. 12:1. Male to female.
Do we have any idea why?
Mr. President, according to PDEA, males are more adventurous, but I may not agree necessarily that males are more adventurous.
Adventurous in what sense?
In what sense?
In what sense? Adventurous could be patriotic, could be for something else, but there is something else that is not a really good adventure.
Mr. President, they don't have that data, and I don't want them to guess on such an important matter.
Anyway, now, what is the size of the? I'm now talking of the economics of this. What is the size of this market in the country? How many? By the way, I will start it this way. You have more than 500,000 users of shabu. We'll just talk of shabu, the biggest, and marijuana. I don't think the gravity of using shabu and marijuana are of the same intensity. I think shabu is much more deleterious to our society than marijuana. Now, in the case of shabu, what is your estimated amount of daily use by a user?
How much on 1 gram? How much is that street value? Street value, 1 gram. 1 gram.
What is the average estimate of?
Mr. President, we're doing some computations, no? Average user is 1 gram a week. 1 gram is 5,000 pesos.
One gram a week?
A week, Mr. President. According to our drug expert in the Senate, Mr. President. Conservatively.
Not daily, huh?
So at 20,000 pesos per head times 500,000, Mr. President. Okay, Mr. President, the PDEA actually has some figures. Their shabu is more expensive, Mr. President, at 7,000, not 5,000. But in any case, 17 billion pesos. Is this per year? Per year.
That's the market.
Yes, Mr. President.
Street value.
Street value, Mr. President.
That's already the retail level.
17.7 billion per year. 17.789 billion per year. Almost 18 billion, Mr. President.
That is, you multiply 7,000 times 52 times 500,000 people.
Yes, Mr. President. Let me make another computation, Mr. President.
Can you do it?
Sorry, Mr. President. This is off by a zero. If we multiply 7,000 times 52 times 500,000,
What will be the resulting?
that's 182, not 18 billion, Mr. President. 182 billion.
That's what I'm after. That's the market.
Yes, Mr. For Shabu only, Mr. President.
Now, do we have any estimate of their cost of production and movement, given all the bribes and payouts that they do?
How much ang cost? Cost of that, from the 7,000, ano yung cost? Kung 1,000 is 20,000 pesos, then 1 gram is 2 pesos. At 20 pesos.
Magkano po isang kilo? Di ba naman may nila?
20,000 divided by 1,000 is 2 pesos lang. 2 pesos per gram na yun. And we're selling it for 7,000. Mr. President, this is really mind-blowing for me. It seems that the cost of 1 gram is just 2 pesos.
2 pesos.
And they're selling it at 7,000 pesos street value.
So,
That's right?
it's a very lucrative market.
Very lucrative, Mr. President.
It is not taxed. It is not even imputed as a part of the figures that goes into the determination of the growth of our economy. But it has a social cost
Yes, Mr.
for the
President.
country, a very serious social cost. It attacks our young people. It causes us additional cost in terms of violence and medication for these people if they become very sick. No? So, we 180 billion problem is not really something to laugh at.
Yes, Mr. President.
These people can buy their way into this country now. And that is the same problem that America is facing. In fact, one of the biggest problem of America now is not an invasion to their homeland. Nobody can invade them. But a drug war in this century will happen in the United States. And it is not far-fetched that it will happen here. Because of this lucrative market, many people are going to be affected. Now, what is the growth of this market every year?
Do the number of users increase every year or decrease? Well, Mr. President, this is good news, no? According to the figures of PDEA, in 2008, we had 1.7 million users.
1.7.
Yes. In 2015, we only have 1.3 million users, Mr. President. In 2012, Mr. President, we had 1.3 million users. So in that span of 4 years, we decreased by 400,000 users, Mr.
So
President.
there is a hope that we can lick this problem. And for how long an effort will it be?
Mr. President, well, Yusek Kakdak said it will take a while, but I think it's an ongoing battle. It's a day-to-day battle, Mr. President. I don't think we will ever win a war, per se, on drugs. It's an everyday fight, Mr. President.
Senator Soto, with the permission of Senator Norile and Senator Aquino.
Gladly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we can attribute also the decrease to the upgrading of our rehabilitation program. And if we continue with that, and especially the new law that we passed, which was including rehabilitation center for PhilHealth coverage, this will continue to decrease. Because this problem of illegal drugs or drug abuse will never be won by merely enforcement and prosecution. It can be won by rehabilitation and prevention. So perhaps that is the reason for that.
How many how many rehabilitation centers are being supported by government? And what is their capacities?
Actually, Mr. President, for government, there's 13. But the total is actually around 40 if you include the non-government, Mr. President.
What is the capacity of each of these? And the aggregate, what is the capacity, population capacity of this 40? Could they deal with the problems of 500,000 people?
Not at the same time, Mr. President. Not all at the same time. I understand that, like, for example, Bikutan, the capacity is a little over 1,000. The Bikutan Rehabilitation Center is probably the top rehabilitation center that government owns. But right now, there are almost 3,000.
In Bikutan?
In Bikutan. If I have my figures updated or correctly. Pero yung mga ibang rehabilitation centers, maliliit lang. Capacity is 25, 30, in Negros, 25. Maliliit yung iba eh. Ang malaki yung Bikutan, yung DARE, at yung sa NBI, yung sa Tagaytay. And then there are other rehabilitation centers na more or less 50.
And what is the budget of PIDEA? This is the operating unit, no?
Yes, Mr. President, the total budget of PIDEA is 947 million.
With the magnitude of the problem, is that enough? You need an army to contain the problem.
Yes. Our budget is
minuscule.
Not even 0.7% probably of the total market for Shabu.
Yeah. Thank you for that information, Mr. President. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Enrile.
Definitely, Mr. President, we'll take all of this into consideration maybe during the amendments.
Senator Honasan wants to raise just one question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, it's just a manifestation while PIDEA is here. No? We filed Senate Bill number 67, authorizing the wiretapping of financiers, manufacturers, and pushers of dangerous drugs. The House, we understand, has already passed its version. So maybe, so that we can hit the ground running, whatever happens in May 2016, the PIDEA can closely coordinate with the Senate committee and back it up with the proper information so that the committee can facilitate the early passage of this bill. Invoking the principle of objective and unity of command, I think we need all the legislative weapons in our arsenal to go after this problem, considering the magnitude that has been articulated during this deliberation.
And to increase, Mr. President, the 19% conviction rate. No?
Of course. But, well, deriving from the insights of Senator Soto, who is the primary mover of our anti-drug efforts here, demand reduction and supply reduction. No?
Yes.
Dun sa supply reduction, that's where we apply this inventory of legal weapons.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And our friends from PIDEA are very willing to support this effort, Mr. President.
There are no more colleagues present who expressed reservation. The chair will now receive a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we submit the budget of PIDEA to the plenary for consideration.
Any objection herein, and so submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we would like to call on the PLLO for their budget.
Before that, can we have a 1-minute suspension to allow the resource persons to leave?
Thank you, sir.
1-minute suspension.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, no senators have indicated any intention to interpolate for the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office as well as the Basis Conversion Development Authority. So I thus move that we submit their budgets to the plenary for consideration, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the budget of this office is so submitted.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Film Development Council. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, there are two more agencies that have no more interpolations. So we would like to submit the budgets of the Film Development Council of the Philippines, as well as the Department of Labor and Employment, as well as its attached agencies, Office of the Secretary, Institute of Labor Studies, National Conciliation and Mediation Board, National Labor Relations Commission, National Maritime Polytechnic, National Wages and Productivity Commission, Philippine Overseas Employment Administration, Professional Regulation Commission, and Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. We would like to submit these budgets for the plenary, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, all offices are deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we request the NCIP to prepare for their budget deliberation.
So ordered. Session
One
suspended.
minute. No more. Sorry. Mr. President, I just received information from our esteemed colleague.
Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just received information, Mr. President, that there will be no more questions for the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. So I move to submit their budget for the plenary for consideration, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the office mentioned is submitted.
Mr. President, may I ask for a 1 minute suspension as we ask the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency to come to the plenary.
Session is suspended. Hi, Mitch. Mitch, yung mga napag-usapan natin kanina, yung pinagawa ko.
If you have questions for
administration, ano, napagod na lang.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, we just received information that there will be no more interpellation for the following agencies: Department of Energy, Office of the Secretary, the Energy Regulatory Commission, the National Electrification Administration, the National Power Corporation, the Philippine National Oil Company, the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, the Credit Information Corporation, the Zamboanga City Special Economic Zone Authority, and the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority. And thus, Mr. President, I submit these agencies' budget for consideration at the plenary.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, the offices enumerated by the Majority Leader are deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. A 1-minute suspension again, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. Okay. Ako dapat maraming tanong sa education, pero ayun na lang. Para makauwi na lahat. Hindi mo rin makakat eh.
Senator Lawrence coming
Yes, very well.
for the NICA.
Yeah. I mean, nung na-enter rin ako sa house, Ganyan.
May magtatanong ba? I'm ready. Thank you.
Session is resumed. The chairman of the Finance Committee is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. Ready to defend the budget of the intelligence agencies, NICA and NSC.
Senator Enrile is recognized to take the floor.
Which budget are you going to take up, Mr. President?
And National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, Senator Enrile.
Nika. My question here is, if NICA is given a budget to gather intelligence, why should the President have an intelligence fund? Can that be explained?
Maybe the National Security Advisor should be beside me. Maybe General Garcia can make it.
According to the mandate of Mr. President, according to the mandate of NICA, it's the principal intelligence gatherer, and it chooses all the intelligence community of the entire government to go gather and collate all intelligence information and prepare intelligence estimates involving the security of the state. So, this is the gathering agency of the government for intelligence. Why should it has a budget? And the operating units have their own intelligence budget to gather precisely intelligence information that filter into the NICA. So, what is the need for a separate budget for the office of the President?
Yes. Thank you for that question, Mr. President. As we discuss the Office of the President's budget, the PAOK-TF, which is lodged under the Office of the President, has the intelligence budget under the OP. But this actually is is headed by the Executive Secretary, and it provides support to the law enforcement agencies, including the Philippine National Police in its fight against organized crime and corruption, consistent with the whole of government approach, meaning the PAOK-TF, which is headed by the ES, has its own intel funds, and that is perhaps the confidential fund that Your Honor is referring to.
Yeah, I know
that is, of course, different from the NICA budget as well as the National Security Council budget of the National Security Advisor. So,
what is okay?
May I continue? So the budget of intelligence, Your Honor, that you're referring to, is the budget that is downloaded also to the Philippine National Police in its fight against organized crime. While the NICA and the NSC budgets on intelligence would include threats to national security and external threats, and even threats that could emanate from various posts in different parts of the world.
Okay. Is the lady through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is the total intelligence fund in this budget outside of the intelligence fund of 250 million for the office of the President. We start with the Armed Forces of the Philippines. How much is the intelligence fund there? How much is the intelligence fund of the police, the Bureau of Customs, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, all the line departments that has intelligence fund? All of this, I suppose, are gatherers of information that will have to be filtered to NICA that has any security implication. So, the police has its own separate intelligence fund. Why should the office of the President have an intelligence fund? I know the history of that intelligence fund in the office of the President. Mr. Blons, you know that I cut the money allotted for SJS payment
These are the intelligence funds.
some years ago,
Fund of the whole government.
and I transferred it to PAO PF because it was an operating unit at that time. It was not a coordinating body.
Okay. In answer to the question of the minority leader, the total intelligence funds of government is 832,626,000.
The entire government.
The entire government, sir.
Okay. Outside of the 250.
This would include already the 250 million intelligence fund lodged under the PAO.
Why don't we just put that all with the police and with the AFP so that they can do better? Or some of it will go to operation like PIDEA is having a problem. Anyway, that is my first question. My other question is I would like to ask the NICA if the internal security situation of the country is better or worse than before. So I'm sure the answer is better.
Yes, you answered your own question. I am certain that the NICA will answer it in the affirmative because they would not want to raise any alarm. Second, of course, they are proud of their work and they will say that things have improved. And third, because we have these very competent women who are in the NICA. You'd be surprised, Mr. President, or perhaps you know it, that it is the women who populate the NICA. And these are career women who have been with the NICA for more than 30 years, right?
By the way, I just want to ask this question. According to your paper here, about your budget, there's a footnote here. The Presidential Situation Room. There is a Presidential Situation Room.
Yes.
Not anybody's office, but a Presidential
Situation Room.
Situation Room. What is the purpose of this? And I have it here. The PSR monitors on a 24/7-day basis events, situations, developments that have national security implications, including those with various serious diplomatic, political, and peace and order ramifications. It provides current intelligence and crisis support to the President, the Executive Secretary, the National Security Advisor, and the Secretary of the Presidential Management Staff. It also serves as the primary Monitoring or Coordination and Communication Center in Malacanang on classified information. It also coordinates the collection, verification, evaluation of highly sensitive information bearing on national security. So we have an office that really monitors events in the country.
Yes, Mr. President.
On January 25 of this year, was that office operating?
Mama Sapano. Yes, Mr. President. It is a 24/7 presidential situation room created by Administrative Order Number 2, and it monitors events both domestically and internationally, and it should be operating 24/7 based on its mandate, and we assume, and the National Security Advisor, General Garcia, advises us that, yes, it was operating on that day.
Yeah. Okay. And you knew about the Mama Sapano incident
Yes.
during that day?
Yes. He knew about the Mama Sapano incident on that day as it happened.
What time?
As it was reported to him by the PNP and the AFP, and that was on the same day that it was happening, Mr. President.
In the morning
When
or
did you
in the
find out?
afternoon?
It was about noontime when the National Security Advisor learned about it from both the AFP and the PNP, Mr. President.
Wonders of wonders, if this is on a 24-hour basis, and it happens with the system of communication now, in our time, instantly we get a communication by radio or whatever communication if something happens. We did not have cell phones in those days. But anyway, I will come to that at the proper time. I'm just asking this. Now, I have no more question now, Mr. President, on Nika.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader, are there any other interpolators for the budget of the NICA?
I don't believe so, Mr. President. So I move that we submit the budget for the consideration of the body.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, the budget of NICA is deemed submitted.
Now, what's the next?
NSC, i-approve na rin. NSC.
That's it. I will
Yes.
ask questions on the budget of the National Security Advisor.
You will ask on the
Yes.
NSC, sir?
Magtatanong.
Mm.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief. I just want to know, first, if the National Security Advisor was also informed about the occurrence of a firefight in Mama Sapano on that day.
You were informed, no? Mama Sapano. Before, during. At about lunchtime, Mr. President, the National Security Advisor learned about it from the AFP and the PNP.
He himself is supposed to be...
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Second, were you ever consulted about the proposed Bangsamoro Autonomous Region proposed law?
Yes, Mr. President. It was an interagency effort to discuss the Bangsamoro Basic Law, and the National Security Advisor was part of that commission.
Did you agree with the proposal that was submitted to Congress I'm not referring to the Senator Bongbong Marcos version, but the original one.
Yes, Mr. President, because he was part of the team that approved it, he agrees with the proposal to Congress.
Well, I don't fault you. You're not a lawyer. Did you consider that, even from a security viewpoint, to be a warranted proposal to be approved by Congress? You never considered, never viewed it in any other light except that it is legally, constitutionally possible without consideration its national security implication.
Yes, of course, Mr. President, the national security implications were considered, and they understand that in the implementation of the original version of the BBL, that there would have been a need to amend the Constitution to be able to implement it, that it could not be implemented as is.
As is?
Yes.
So they considered that the version that was presented here could not pass without amending the Constitution.
Yan, sagot ko yun eh. Ano? Without amending. Yung inyong paniniwala. Based on the original law. Okay. I correct myself because I was speaking for my own judgment, and I thought that he agreed with me. Okay, I will correct myself. Based on the original BBL version submitted to Congress, they felt that it was implementable without amending the Constitution.
They thought.
They thought.
Did they consult lawyers about it?
They did consult lawyers.
They have legal opinions on this.
They have legal opinions on that.
Can we be furnished with those legal opinions?
Yes. The Secretary of Justice herself was part of the commission, Mr. President.
We want whether there was a written legal paper to support that the structure that they were proposing to Congress.
I believe that they should do that and give us the, would you be in a position to kindly give us the request of the minority leader to give us the legal opinion of the lawyers apart from the Secretary of Justice who you discussed with regarding the proposed BBL version, the original version? They will endeavor to look for the documents pertaining to that, Mr. President. Of course, we in the Senate, it is very clear that we had to revise it because there were unconstitutional provisions based on what we think here in the Senate.
No, I'm not. I respect their position, but I just want to know
the basis.
If they were consulted, they asked for legal opinion of the government's legal experts, and if there are such documents that they received on the basis of which they agreed to the version of the so-called BBL as originally crafted, I will respect their point. I'm just asking for information.
Yes, Mr. President, the Executive Secretary and the Secretary of Justice were part of the team, and they had the legal team that crafted the original BBL.
Can we be furnished tomorrow with a copy of that those documents?
Can you give a copy?
I'm sure that if they receive a copy of those legal opinions, they will have them on record.
It's 9:07, perhaps before the end of office hours tomorrow. We could request the Office of the National Security Advisor to give us, the Office of the Minority Leader and the Finance Committee, the exchange of opinions with regards to the legalities of the original version of the BBL bill.
In that case, Mr. President, I will request that In the meantime, we suspend the consideration of these two budgets.
Hindi, no? It is with the office of the chairman of the... see. It's with the office of Chairman Ferrer of the Peace Panel.
Whether it is in the hands of the Chairman Ferrer or someone else, how can it be? An office like Didika must be given a copy. She's not a permanent adjunct of the government. That goes into the intelligence archive of our republic. So I made the motion, Mr. President.
May I ask for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for a minute.
Of the BBL. He wants to read the portion on the discussion of the BBL on the legal. Balak ko nila. Dali-dali ko last year nito. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, may I
Sinong hingi?
request the chair that to allow me to amend my motion.
Please proceed.
I would like to move, apart from suspending the approval of the budget of these two offices, that the budget of OPAP be reopened for consideration so that we can ask for the copy of the legal opinions that were used as a basis for the crafting of the BBL that was originally submitted to the Senate.
At present, Minority Leader, the budget of the NICA has been submitted earlier. What is on the floor right now is the budget of the NSC. Is the motion of the gentleman to reopen the budget of the NICA?
OPAP. Before
The NICA and the OPAP?
No.
Only to reopen OPAP before we approve the budget of NICA and National Security Council.
Precisely the point, Minority Leader. We have already approved the budget of NICA.
Not yet.
We have earlier, unless you want to reopen the budget of the NICA.
It has not been opened yet. I have the...
May I just clarify?
Yes.
What the Minority Leader wishes to ask is that the NSC budget be deferred and the OPAP to be reopened, which was approved today, so that the OPAP would give the discussions on the legality of the Bangsamoro Basic Law draft
I understand
given to
that.
Congress.
I understand
Yes.
that, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Again, Minority Leader, is that the position of the Minority Leader, that we reopen the OPAP?
Yes.
And let's do it one by one. First, there is a motion to reopen the debates, the budget of the OPAP. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
So,
The budget of the OPAP is open now for consideration. Second, right now we are now discussing the budget of the NSC.
Yes.
Okay, we have earlier approved the budget of the NICA.
I did not notice that we have approved it.
Yes. Is there any motion from the Minority Leader to reopen the budget of the NICA?
No need, Mr. President.
There is no need. Thank you for that.
Only
the NSC and the OPAP.
Yes.
Precisely. We have already opened the OPAP budget. We are now discussing the NSC.
Yes.
Please proceed with the interpolation.
I have requested, Mr. President, that we suspend the consideration of
the
NSC budget.
Okay. Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, the budget of the NSC is deemed suspended.
Thank you.
May I just remind and put it on record that the Minority Leader is not questioning the budget. He simply is requesting for the agency to bring the document that contains the legal brief regarding the BBL discussions.
When I asked a question from the National Security Advisor if they were consulted about the BBL before it was submitted to the Senate for consideration. And they said yes. And I asked if they agreed to the version that was submitted to the Senate. They said yes. Did you consult any lawyer regarding the legality of
Secretary of Justice.
that version? They said yes. And then they pointed to the Secretary of Justice, I think, including the chair. And so they said, may I ask for the suspension of this budget until we get a copy of that legal opinion.
Very clear. We are therefore requesting the OPAP to furnish us a copy of the legal opinion of the SOJ and the ES during the interagency discussions on the draft BBL. And so tomorrow at 2 p.m., both the OPAP and the NSC will be back here with that document, after which we hope that the budgets will be approved.
I have no.
Thank you.
I will be the first one to make the motion to approve it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader?
Sorry po.
Move to suspend consideration of the budget of the NSC, Mr.
Yes, we have
Mr.
suspended the deliberation of the budget of the NSC.
Then if we can suspend maybe for a minute to allow the DepEd to come in,
Session
Mr. President.
suspended for a minute. Opinion.
Oh, bola naman to si Charm. Hello, everybody. How long have you been waiting? Yeah. Yeah, the whole station. Since yesterday pa.
DepEd, Mano? You want to ask the DepEd? Ayun, after the table.
Did you get their names? Si sa
Sino mo
National
name?
Security.
Pala na kayo.
Kasi
Sige.
DepEd family, ha? Okay.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Walang pasensya naman.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Finance Committee once more to sponsor the last agency scheduled for today,
Yes.
the Department of Education. I so move.
The chairman of the Finance Committee, Senator Legarda, is recognized to sponsor the budget of the Department of Education.
To interpolate, Mr. President, is Senator Trillanes.
Senator Trillanes is recognized to take the floor to interpolate on the budget of the DepEd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chairman, just a few questions.
Yes, with pleasure, to the Vice Presidential.
Well, Mr. President, just like to ask about the status of the construction of the classrooms in relation to the K-12 law. And based on the information I have before me, we have allocated 48 billion pesos for the construction of the new classrooms.
How many classrooms? I have the status of implementation of the classrooms as of August of 2015. 99, is it 99.5% completed? Really? Where are they? What is PO? So what is the latest? I should read all of this. Yeah. I have the list here. As of the what is the basic education FF facilities target of 2013, 99.5% was completed, with 12,893 completed. In the basic education facilities of 2014, the target was 28,765 and 9,956 were completed, 7,583 are ongoing, and 11,226 are under procurement or in detailed engineering design stage. As of 2015, with a total physical target of 30,222, 3,676 are ongoing, and 21,546 are either in procurement or in the detailed design stage. That is the status of the classrooms, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, regarding the 21,000 classrooms in the pipeline,
With the permission of Senator Trillanes, I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr.
The
President.
Chair would just like to clarify. How many classrooms needed to be built for the K-12?
How many total needed?
If I remember correctly, there was a budget last year and this year for roughly 90,000 classrooms.
Just for grade 11, 30,000 classrooms.
Yes. But there was a budget for last year and this year for 90,000 classrooms for 2014 and 2015.
No. There was no budget of 90,000?
For last year and this year, a total budget for,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
based on the documents given to us by the DepEd, we have allocated 61, or at least we're planning to allocate 61.8 billion pesos for the construction of 43,000 classrooms.
That budget is for next year.
Yes, for next year. But
For
this
next
is connected still with the K-12 program.
With the K-12 program, yes.
Okay. But
That is what you're mentioning is largely for the grade 12, for the grade 12.
But the grade 12 is assumed to be ongoing? No.
It will start in June of 2017.
So how do you actually designate this? Because a classroom is generic. If a classroom is built, it can be used by any grade level. Am I correct, Mr. President? So, well,
Yes, but a classroom is a classroom. However, there are classrooms designated for high school. And so these are the classrooms you mentioned that are designated for that year of high school level.
well, just going back to the question of the President, how many classrooms do we actually need for the whole
For
program?
The whole K to 12. How many classrooms? For the whole K to 12. For grades 11 and 12, for the implementation of the K to 12 program, it would be around 61,000 classrooms, Mr. President.
Okay, 61,000. But the basis of this would be at least 50% of the present inventory of classrooms for high school under the old program. So can I ask, Madam Chairman, if
the grade 10 students is 1.2 million.
well,
And in one classroom, we have a ratio of 40:1.
well, no, ma'am. The question, Mr. President, is how many classrooms do we have in our inventory under the old?
Before the K to 12.
Yes,
Okay.
under the old program.
How many classrooms? We had
High school
five-
only for the high school
Sa
only.
high school lang. Ilan? Two before the K to 12, no? Your question is big. 200,000 classrooms.
So 200,000 classrooms. So theoretically, since you would be adding 2 more years, or that's 50%, then theoretically also you would need 100,000 more classrooms.
All they need is 61,000.
How could that be?
Well, the need is only 60,000, and there are many reasons for that. First, because of the voucher system, where they can enter private schools, and another reason for that would be there were clustered schools also, and
But the voucher system, Mr. President, is just a stopgap measure. They won't be able to use this system once the system normalizes after the school year 27-2018. So still, you would need the full inventory of classrooms for the K-12 program.
if all the 1.2 million, what is the 1.2 million being? Okay, the current enrollment of grade 10 is 1.2 million. If all of them went to high school, then you would need how many? 30,000 classrooms. Is that correct?
Well, that's straightforward division, ma'am. But in actual realities on the ground, there are some public schools who have a lower classroom student ratio than in other areas. So it can't be strictly number of students divided by the number of
30,000 to 15.
classrooms.
Yes, for the present year, we've built 30,000 classrooms. For 2016, we're building another 30,000 to complete the 60,000 need.
Okay, but as mentioned earlier, you have 21,000 classrooms in the pipeline. And so yes, so are these actually bidded out and obligated?
They're already in the pipeline, yes.
Yes, but the pipeline is quite long. But the question now, Mr. President, is a little bit more specific. Which part of that pipeline has it been bidded out, or was it already obligated and the project is awarded?
For 2015, no? Most of that have been bidded out already, Mr. President, and the target is all of that will be completed by the first quarter of next year.
Okay. But the thing is, you started the year in 2015 with the target of 30,000. The fact is that you have only constructed 9,000 based on your own record. And we're close to ending the month of November. So you only have 1 month to go. How can you possibly say now that...
Yes, Mr. President, we know the budget. As long as it is obligated, then it will be valid. And yes, they've only completed 9,000, but they will be able to complete the whole 30,000 by April of next year, by the first quarter.
Yes, Madam President. Mr. President, I understand that the budget is still valid until next year, but we're talking about the pace of construction and that whole procurement process. Because I've been going around just to inform the good Secretary of Education, I've been going around myself, and the different district engineers have been saying that they've been conducting public biddings, but there are no takers. Hence, most of these 21,000, I believe, have yet to be bidded out and actually awarded.
What
So,
percentage have been awarded? Who's in charge of the school building program? DPWH, yes. According to the DepEd, Mr. President, that there may be isolated cases where that's a problem. However, majority of the classrooms will be built and will be completed by April of next year.
well,
It's the DPWH that's constructing it, by the way.
yes, yes, Mr. President. I understand the optimism or the sanguine disposition of the Secretary of Education, but the fact is that's the same thing that they said last year when they said 30,000 classrooms will be built by the end of the year, but now we are nowhere near one half of that target. So how can we now hold on to those words of optimism?
Those classrooms, Mr. President, will be used in June of 2016, and the DepEd is confident that it will be finished by the first quarter. In fact, they said by April, the whole budget would have been utilized, and all the classrooms, meaning 30,000 of them, would have been completed.
Well, anyway, ma'am, I will not belabor that point. Apparently, the DepEd has overestimated the absorptive capacity of our construction sector, that they failed to factor in all these things. And anyway, I will just move on to the next question, Madam President. Regarding the voucher system that was mentioned earlier, which office within the Department of Education is actually handling this?
It's a DepEd that's managing it, Mr. President.
Any particular office within the
Ano,
Department
which
of
bureau?
Education?
Who's in charge here? It's the public, private education, PEAC, Private Education Assistance Center Committee, under the DepEd, no? Who is in charge?
Okay. So how many schools have they actually, how many private schools have they actually contacted or coordinated with in relation to the voucher system?
The PEAC has coordinated with 3,909, almost 4,000 private schools. No?
Okay. So how many of these schools actually agreed with this voucher system?
All of them have actually agreed.
Okay. I will ask the Secretary of Education to at least not be quick to the draw, because I've talked to some of these schools and they refused the voucher system. So I think it would be best if the good secretary would be more accurate in his statements, Mr. President.
According to the Secretary, not all schools may accept or may need the voucher system, but in the records, 3,909 have actually accepted the voucher system.
Well, the initial question, Mr. President, was how many schools have they coordinated with? Then how many of these schools actually agreed? So, by their statements, they actually coordinated with the schools who agreed.
Yes.
And 100% batting average. But what I'm saying a while ago was I randomly talked to several school owners and they disagreed with the voucher system of the DepEd because there's no system. And the difference between the vouchers they're offering and the tuition fee being offered would be provided by the students themselves, which can't afford this difference in the first place.
I think it would be helpful, and thank you for bringing that up, if the schools could write the DepEd, or if you could kindly give us a copy so that they would be enlightened on what are the problems and being encountered by this. But according to the DepEd, they say that the schools that they had coordinated with, the 3,909, actually were receptive to the idea. And
okay, so how do they plan to implement this system, Mr. President? Just specifics from the issuance to the students, how, where, when.
The voucher is given to the child. We have the whole process of the senior high school voucher eligibility process, where grade 10 students are identified through DepEd, through the system, and then they are notified of their eligibility, and then early registration is conducted for senior high school, and then a final list of eligible recipients are given, and then they are given the vouchers to the schools. The students enroll in public and non-DepEd senior high schools.
So not all students would be eligible for this system, Mr. President?
Those who are, 90% would need it, but the very rich will not need this system.
Well, of course, I believe we're just talking about the public school students, and I've been doing my research also, and there seems to be a difference between the amount of the voucher with the tuition fees being offered by the public schools that they intend to transfer to. So who would shoulder that difference, Mr. President?
Well, the students choose which school they can afford to go to, and if there is a difference, the students would have to shoulder that.
Okay, but in practice, Mr. President, the students don't have a choice, because that's the only school available in the area. That's the only K-12 ready school, and they would be forced to go there. Otherwise, they would be traveling several miles further just to get to that next K-12 ready school.
I believe, Mr. President, that there will be a choice because all municipalities will have at least one or two senior high schools that the children can go to.
Okay. Now, let's get to that. So, how many are K-12 ready among the public high schools or the high schools in the country?
Around 6,000 public schools already and 3,900 private schools, Mr. President.
So, how many are not K-12 ready, Mr. President?
7,200. So, how do you... 6... in public schools. 1,000. Because there are 6,000 ready public high schools, and because there are 7,000 public high schools, I believe there's 1,000. Is that correct? Around 1,200 that may not be ready and will remain as junior high school.
In the private schools again, Mr. President?
Those in the private sector is 3,900.
K-12 ready?
Yes.
What about those not K-12 ready,
For
Mr.
private.
President?
That there are 2,000.
2,000.
These are the private schools. No? At least 2,000 private schools choose not to be K-12 ready.
So, at least based on the data provided, you have around 15 to 20% of the public and private high schools that are not K-12 ready.
Well, because not everybody in the private sector need to be K-12 ready, because the others opt to just remain the way they are for junior high school.
Okay. So, what happens now to the students who will finish junior high school in these 3,000 public and private high schools? Where will they go?
I believe that because there are in every municipality, as I mentioned, there will be 1 to 2 senior high schools, so the graduates of both the public and the private junior high schools will have access. Just the public or the private also, both will have access to to the senior high schools available in the municipalities.
Okay. So what we're saying, Mr. President, is if you graduated grade 10 from a specific high school, then since your high school is not K to 12 ready, you will have to traverse wherever just to get to that K to 12 ready high school. Is that the scenario that we're envisioning,
The students
Mr. President?
will choose what.
So if the next available K to 12 ready high school is the next town, they would need to travel that far just to go to school,
Yes.
Mr.
Actually,
President?
in remote areas, they should not have difficulty because, as I mentioned, there are available schools. In urban areas, there's many choices for them as well.
Again, what the Secretary of Education is saying are anecdotes and theories, but the realities on the ground are different.
From what I understand, Mr. President, all these schools are mapped on the ground, and there are available senior high schools in every municipality. Is that correct?
Well, that's what they're saying, and the K to 12 ready label that they're actually announcing is just a label. But when you go to these classrooms, they are not ready in the whatever sense of the word that is used. So they're just saying it's K to 12 ready, but they don't have laboratories. They don't have new classrooms.
It's a work in progress. It's a new law.
So it's not K to 12 ready. If you're saying K to 12 ready, then you already have the classrooms in place. They are just assuming that at some point in time they will be ready, but at this point in time they are not. So technically, they cannot be labeled as K to 12 ready, Mr. President.
Yes. By June 2016, I believe that they should be ready because by that time all the classrooms would have been constructed and laboratories would have been established, teachers would have been hired, and principals would have been trained, and that's a good 8 months from now.
That's everybody's wish at this point, because the alternative would be chaotic. But the worst case scenario is if these are not ready by then, what would happen?
All of these issues will be threshed out. In the national meeting in 2 weeks' time, this will be discussed, and there will be early registration.
Okay. Under the K-12 law, there's a provision there for a mandatory evaluation and review, wherein by the end of school year 2014-2015, the DepEd shall conduct a mandatory review and submit a midterm report to Congress as to the status of implementation of the K-12 program in terms of the shortages, teachers, classrooms, textbooks, desks, toilets, etc. So at what point will the DepEd say that we will not reach the targets in time and therefore we need to suspend this program?
First of all, there was a report that was submitted to Congress last May 5, Mr. President. And second, I don't think it would come to a point when the DepEd would say that we must suspend the implementation of this law because they are ready to implement the law. And by June of 2016, the K-12 would have been implemented.
Well, that's the wish of the Secretary of Education. And in as much as that in as much as we want to hold on to his wishes, but again, there's certain realities that are coming into play. And this provision for a mandatory evaluation and review was not just inserted there just to satisfy a compliance to Congress, regardless whether you have submitted a report or not. This report should be the basis whether you press that suspension button or not. Because if constructions for some reason would stop, hypothetically, if the construction of these classrooms would stop, and you would need 60,000 classrooms by June 2016, would that scenario warrant a suspension of the K-12
if you don't have
program?
30,000 classrooms?
Yes. Hypothetically.
You will have.
Even hypothetically, hypothetical scenario that for some reason nobody's building the classrooms, then you're short of 60,000 classrooms. Would you still push through with the K-12 program?
They believe, Mr. President, that the 30,000 will be built. Of course, if the 30,000 classrooms hypothetically will not be built, of course there should be a suspension of the program.
Well,
but
at
as
least
we speak,
well, I'm relieved, Mr. President, that still there's that possibility, because it is we need to have that opening. We cannot just ram this through regardless whether the situation on the ground is not reflective of what you have on paper, Mr.
well,
President.
I agree with you that there are always possibilities. There's nothing sure in life. And while they believe that the construction will be done by the first quarter, anything could happen,
Yes.
God forbid.
Yes,
But this is a law which Congress passed. We have allocated funds for it. There are high schools in every municipality that are ready to take in the students, and we hope that everything will be as planned.
Okay. Now, as to the teachers, Mr. President, what's the status of the hiring of the teachers? How many were programmed to be hired this year and next year, and how many have been hired as of the moment, Mr. President?
This is one, new teaching positions. Okay. In 2015, we have a total of 22,006 items of teachers filled up. Is that accurate? Just for 2015. But since 2010, we have 11,501. In 2011, we have 13,274. 12,000 in 2012, 15,307. In 2013, we hired 58,809. In 2014, 31,522. So, for a total of 152,419 positions, or 90.47% of teacher positions already filled up.
Okay. But how many of these teachers are related to that to the K-12 program, particularly the senior high school?
How
Mr.
many
President?
teachers are? They're being trained for the June of 2016 implementation of K-12. Training of 127,909 teachers teaching in grades 5 and 11 on the new K-12 curriculum, and the training on arts, differentiated instructions, ICT, etc. There's actually a budget for this.
So, how many are still needed to be hired, Mr. President, for next year's implementation?
For 2016, the need for teachers is there's a need for 40,320 teaching positions for grade 11 in 2016 for senior high school.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, just a few more questions. Just like to ask, in LaSalle, Green Hills, in the LaSalle system, would the high school students graduate this school year and be able to enter college next year, Mr. President?
There were actually early implementers in the public school system, at least 52 of them. But in private schools, for those who already had 12 years of basic education, then and the parameters of the age of the child and the curriculum were already followed, then they graduate and they go to college. No? Because those who had preschool, Kinder 1, Kinder 2.
Okay,
12 years
Mr. President, well, I just cited the example of the LaSalle system being actually one of the best schools, if not the best school in the land right now. But
which is the best school in the land? Which is the best school in the land?
One of the best schools in the land. Okay,
I'm not green. Are you from LaSalle?
Well, I did my time there. No?
You did your time.
Yes. Well, Mr. President, I'm just stressing the point that in some private schools, students would be able to graduate this coming school year, whereas none of the students from the public school system would be able to graduate. So I was wondering how was this possible? Because while they're saying there's an early implementation of the K-12 program, but supposed to be the preschool is different from the basic education. Only grade 7 for some schools would have such a situation, but still it would fall short by one. But the point is, I believe there's some unfairness in this situation, wherein students from Philippine Science High School wouldn't be able to graduate, and they would need 2 more years just to satisfy the requirements of the K-12 program. But students from public schools, the privileged class, would be able to enter college, Mr. President.
Because they went through 12 years, no, in the private schools. Because those who went to private schools, like I did, went to 12 years. We went to
But the preschool is,
kindergarten to prep.
yes, but
grade one,
the
yeah.
preschool is different, ma'am. Mr. President, the only thing that's counted in the
Kasama
basic
yan.
education system is the
Kasama yung ano eh, yung prep.
no. That's
Not just at your level. So what he's asking is the unfairness.
yes, and
How-
in the
how do you
curriculum.
address that?
And besides, the K to
But there
12
should be
law
That
doesn't
have,
deal with the length of stay in the basic education system, but also the curriculum is different. Is a far departure from the old system. So I believe we may encounter some problems later on, Mr. President.
There are 52 public schools that have that have implemented this and will have graduates. No? What are these 52 schools?
Well, anyway, Mr. President, I have gotten all the answers that I needed. Just
Hindi makagraduate.
I'd just like to assure the Department of Education that I will continue to monitor and the implementation and the preparations on the ground, and I won't hesitate to pull the trigger, so to speak, if by the end of the school year next year we are not prepared for this, and hopefully the next president will see the light and be convinced that this program needs to be suspended. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate your interventions because it would be good to have somebody vigilantly monitoring the implementation of a new law.
Thank you, Senator Trillanes. Just a clarification, Chair's clarification before I recognize Senator Onasan to take the floor on this issue. I could not hear the answers earlier. Madam Chair, in 2015, the Department of Education should have hired 40,000 teachers. How many did they hire for 2015? I'll be very quick, Madam
For
Chair.
2015, they hired 22,000 teachers, 22,006 to be
Okay.
exact.
So the plan was to hire roughly 40,000. So they've hired 22,000. So 55% accomplishment. Is that correct?
It just says here 22,006. I'm not certain what percentage.
I'd like to find out if the secretary, again, the plan was what, 40,000 teachers, is that correct?
For 2015.
39,066 teachers and 1,500 principals for 2015.
For 2015, 33,758.
Was the plan?
Just the actual items created, but the items filled up is 22,000.
Hindi kasi ito po yung created pa lang.
Created, oh, ito na lang, ito na lang. What is this? Just
Yes.
22,000 for that. So, ano ito? I'll give you the later figure, which is,
Yes.
do you have the November?
Just for the information of the chair, I'm reading from the
Okay.
status report of the DepEd to the Committee on Public Expenditures as of May 19, 2015.
What month is this? November. As of November of 2015, the number of items filled up is 29,777.
Okay. So the plan was to hire 40,000, roughly.
33,000.
From what I have, 39,000 and 1,500 principals.
The plan was to hire 39,066.
That's correct.
The number of filled-in items was 29,777.
So they hired 29,000
Yes.
of the 39,000 plan.
Yes.
Will we continue to hire the 10,000 more?
They are right. They're currently hiring, yes.
Okay, thank you. Next item. I mentioned earlier roughly 90,000. Let me stand corrected. It is roughly about 85,000. In 2014, 43,000 schools should have been built. In 2015, 41,000 schools. For next year, it's 43,000 classrooms. I'm sorry. In 2014, the 43,000, the actual is only 7,051. Have we improved on that already, Secretary? I'm quoting from your report, Secretary. Yeah.
This is classrooms, no? As of August of this year, they've completed 99.5% of the 2013 target budget.
Let me reiterate, let me repeat, Secretary. 2014, your target was to build 43,000 classrooms. As of May, July 2014, that was only 7,000. 2015, your target is 41,000 classrooms. So for 2014 and 2015, 85,000 classrooms yan. How many have been built 2014 and 2015?
I have different numbers here of the total physical targets. The cost has changed. I actually have different numbers here, the physical targets and the status from what you're reading. And they say that the cost of the classroom from the old design has changed from the 650,000 per classroom to 1,092,000. But I'm not sure.
So what is the effect of that? Again, 43, my question is pretty simple. In 2014, 43,000 classrooms. How many have been built? The last time they reported was 7,000. In 2015, it's 41,000. How many have been built?
2014.
Yes, 2014.
9,956 have been completed.
Okay, thank you for that.
7,500 ongoing. And
Okay.
11,000 are in the process, in
So
engineering.
ganun kalaki ang delay natin. I just wanted to put that on record. The target was 43,000. 9,000 has been completed. Only 9,000. Okay? In 2015, 41,000 yung target. How many have been completed?
I actually, again, have a different figure in terms of total physical targets. In 2015, it's what they have given me here is 30,222.
Is the target.
Is a target for 2015.
You know, no wonder they have a problem. If the DepEd cannot count, how can our students count? And we have the same experience in the province of Batangas. And the secretary is from the province of Batangas. Let me remind him. I can give you your breakdown, Secretary. I have a copy in front of me.
They're saying that because the costs have changed from 650,000 to 1 million,
Yes.
they also had to adjust the targets.
So binawasan nila yung number.
And so,
And I did warn them on that already. I spoke to your USEC Umali,
ASEC.
or ASEC Umali,
Where is Tonisito?
together with his representatives.
Tonisito.
So, Secretary, I will not belabor the point, but again, like I said earlier, we did even issue a press release on this. And next year, 43,000 will have to be built for 2016. That is in your budget as well. Is that correct? We're way, way below the target. So let me remind the Secretary and the staff of the DepEd, and we can feel it in the province of Batangas, we are not doing enough classrooms for the K-12 program. So at this juncture, I'd like to recognize Senator Onasan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Good evening po, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, with pleasure, I will answer your question to another Vice Presidential.
Another joke, Madam Chair.
It's not a joke, it's on the date.
Madam Chair, my question revolves around one issue, which is integrating backwards and intervening through nutrition. But before I ask the question, the information that comes our way is quite alarming. We raised this issue several budget hearings ago, that according to the World Health Organization figures, 100 Filipino children die every day from malnutrition or malnutrition-related causes. Now, my question, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, is in the proposed budget of the DepEd, the National Expenditure Program, 4.8 billion is allocated for health and nutrition services. Can we get some detail on this? But before you answer, let me complete the information. Several budget hearings ago, we got the information from Department of Science and Technology that we are developing a Nutri package. In fact, we call it by an acronym, PINOY, Package for the Improvement of Nutrition of Young Children, 0 to 5 years old. It is an intervention package developed by the DOST, DOH, and the SWD. So, is this, well, I'm not, to me, the K-12 program is something that we should closely monitor. But I would be interested, we would be interested in one strategic intervention between the ages of 0 to 6, where after which any intervention we apply will be a simple case of diminishing returns, underdeveloped minds and bodies. So, is this part of the 4.8 billion allocated for health and nutrition, or is this something else? Can we get some update on this, Madam Chair, Mr.
The
President?
age would be from 5 to 12. Is this accurate? This difference. From
Madam
5
Chair,
to 12 ito?
baka po
In
0 to 5. Dahil 5 to 12,
it's not 0 to 5?
lagpas na tayo sa crossover point na.
Okay. Well, for the 2016 school-based feeding program, we will cover 1.9 learners. 1.9 million. 1,919,464 learners. And they will be fed one meal every day for 120 days. Each student is given a budget of 18 pesos per day, and 16 pesos will be for food cost, 2 pesos for operational expenses. The total budget for this is 4.1 billion pesos.
4.1.
Yes, sir. 4,143,882,840.
And the balance goes to
Salaries of staff, MOE. operational expenses.
Okay, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, we would appreciate any additional detail while we have time to propose some amendments. I will end my questioning with an appeal to the Secretary. No? We have Senate Bill number 65, entitled Free Food for Children and Guaranteed Income for Farmers Act. Mahaba ho yung pangalan. No? But the concept basically is poor farmers will be guaranteed that their produce will be purchased by government. Yung 100-mile concept. No? The DepEd and the Food and Nutrition Research Institute shall gather the produce of the poor farmers purchased by government for the preparation of healthy meals. The same concept as the Pinoy.
Buy local.
Opo. And maybe the DepEd, again, offering a suggestion, whatever the outcome of 2016 May elections is, we can hit the ground running, and the DepEd can assist the appropriate Senate committee by providing the necessary info. That would,
I have a suggestion. That's a pending bill. It's not yet enacted into law.
Hindi pa po.
May I have a copy of that measure? I assume that you authored that. Perhaps we could put it in a special provision of the DepEd, where applicable, for the school-based feeding program. Because actually where they are, what they're doing is they actually buy the vegetables from the local producers within that area. And I really believe in that. That's one of my advocacies. In fact, I think within the school grounds, there should always be vegetable gardens and not waste any piece of land. And if there are, and there will be, farmers around the area, so the local produce should be used for the school-based feeding program rather than buying imported or buying from far-flung areas. So perhaps the concept of this measure that the good senator is introducing, we could call from that and make a special provision for the DepEd where applicable.
Madam Chair, we are encouraged to do that. In fact, I believe that you share the same advocacy that our children are actually our most strategic, renewable, and precious resource. And second, this is just an observation. It seems that, Madam Chair, you do not look as tired as you look. You're not as tired as you look, so we're happy. Thank you so much for accommodating.
Thank you. Did you insult me or did you compliment me? I'm not sure. I'm very tired.
It's always a compliment, Madam Chair.
Okay,
and,
thank you.
This is from both the Assistant Minority Floor Leader and myself.
Okay.
You have a nice dress.
Thank you. This is
Thank you, Mr. President.
I buy local. This is made in the Cordillera. Okay.
Thank you, Senator Nasan.
But thank you for that. And I'm serious. Could you kindly give to my staff, Mina, I'd like that special provision because I really believe that every school should have a gulayan. Every community should have its... Meron na tayo? Meron na raw ako. Tiyan mo, nabasa kita. Palagi naman tayong parehong takbo ng utak eh. So, meron tayong special provision. Yung sabi ko, dapat talaga may gulayan. Dapat talaga gamitin lahat ng available na espasyo para magtanim tayo. Huwag tayo bibili ng mga imported at huwag bibili ng malalayo. Mahaba pa, malaki ang carbon footprint niyan. So let's buy local, closest to the school, in fact, within the school grounds. And that's exactly what you do, right? For example, in my own home, every morning, I eat malunggay, saluyot, grown in my backyard. What I bring to my office, organic arugula and lettuce, I plant in my home and in my farm. So I eat what I plant. And I hope that is what the DepEd could do. Makakatipid, nakakabuti, nakakapagbigay ng kabuhayan. So we will adopt your measure, give it to us, and we will improve our special provision for the DepEd budget.
Madam Chair, Mr. President, your indulgence. Well, 2 points. One, hindi ba, Madam Chair, ganun ang komentaryo on our self-sufficiency food programs, no? The commentary among developing economies is we do not produce what we eat, and we do not eat what we produce. So, on that note, Madam Chair, thank you so much for...
Thank you for your very wise intervention.
Thank you, Senator Nasan. The majority leader is recognized. Senator Soto. The Assistant
Mr.
Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chair, thank you for saving the last dance for me.
Okay. Ikli lang yan.
I will try to be as brief as possible just for my enlightenment. Nagulo ko sa mga figures ninyo eh. Well, first of all, it is not surprising that the Department of Education has the biggest budget and has the most increase in the budget of 2016. It is not unknown to me that the increase is to continue the implementation or the continuing implementation of the K+12 program. So, my first question, in a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the DepEd's preparedness for the first year of senior high school next year?
Since they're starting in June 2016 yet, and their preparedness at this point would be 8.
All right. That's good enough. Is the increase in the DepEd's budget enough to ensure the success of the first year of senior high school?
The resources have been sufficiently inputted in the budget, ready for the June 2016 rollout of the K-12.
All right. Then, do you foresee any problem that may be attributed to budget constraints? No? Good.
There are no budgetary challenges. No.
All right, good. Now, are the 2 million expected senior high school students next year guaranteed to be enrolled in a senior high school ready institution to their desired track? Academic, technical, vocational, livelihood, sports, arts and design.
There is, they feel that they will be able to absorb all of them.
Okay. Now, this started my confusion. According to the statement of the Department of Budget and Management published in the website of the official gazette, the DepEd budget also includes allocations for the basic education facilities program amounting to 82.3 billion for the construction of 47,553 classrooms and technical vocational laboratories. Hindi ito yung mga narinig ko sa inyong figures eh. Ako ba ang mali o yung pinag-uusapan nyo ang hindi accurate? This is found in the official gazette published in your website. $82.3 billion for the construction of 47,553 classrooms and technical vocational laboratories.
Yes, that's correct. You're actually correct. There's a provision for the construction of tech-voc laboratories and for the rehabilitation of classrooms and construction of classrooms. It's actually correct because
all right. So this is the accurate number. Okay. Now, is the number provided by DBM the required classrooms necessary to fully implement the K+12 program? Ito mismo yung kailangan talaga.
The numbers of the DBM came from DepEd.
All right. Did you discuss this earlier about the classrooms needed before the school year starts by June? Aabot, ano? You said kayang umabot, ano?
Yes, the 30,000 classrooms.
But there will be a construction ban relative to the May 2016 elections, yung from
they're presently constructing and they will be completed by first quarter next year.
For March 25, bawal na. By March 25, bawal na, ha?
Bawal lang mag-award.
Hindi, bawal na construction.
Bawal?
And then yung appointment or hiring of new employees also prohibited na by March 25. So your new teachers. Di ba? Have you taken...
Everything is being bid out now.
All right. So you have taken that into consideration.
Yes, everything is being bid out now.
Oh, good. Now, would you be able to identify which area, province, or region needs most of these classrooms? I'm sure hindi evenly distributed yan,
Which is the region that needs it most? 4A and 3. Yes. NCR and Region 4A and Region 3 because they are the most populated and the biggest areas.
4A
Yes.
and 3.
And 3.
Okay. Parang election hindi na hindi paraming botante.
Because they account for more than 40% of the
Yes.
population, of student population.
I suppose
It
so,
would mean
yeah.
also perhaps population in the country.
All right. Based on, let me move forward now. Based on the DepEd's total staffing for 2015, there are 741,333 authorized positions, 676,370 of which are already filled up. All right? Now, there are still 64,963 unfilled plantilla positions for 2016. How many percent of which these are teaching positions? Mga ilang percent?
Most of those are teaching positions.
Those unfilled, yung
The unfilled
64,000
positions are
unfilled?
mostly teaching
Huh?
positions.
Mostly teaching position.
The unfilled positions are mostly teaching positions, and they're unfilled because some of them have retired. There's always someone retiring.
Okay, so you continuously rehire. All right. Oh, rehire, I'm sorry, hire.
They hire after
Okay.
retirements have been.
So in the remaining months, the full swing implementation of the K plus 12, are you assured that the necessary number of teachers and staff will be hired?
The hiring for the June. The hiring of the teachers for June will start as early as January, after which training will ensue.
The 64,000 unfilled positions for 2015, what happened to the budget, or what's happening to the budget
Of the unfilled positions.
of that unfilled plantilla positions for 2016? Hindi re-release ng DBM?
No. They
Or-
say that they're filled.
Huh?
You mean they're unfilled and then... Huh? Once it's vacated after retirement, they hire teachers right away. So it may be unfilled for 1 or 2 months, and then they hire the
Okay.
teachers.
So when these figures were made, they were unfilled at that point. But hopefully, all these will be filled up before the implementation. Okay. All right. Moving on. Paragraph 5 of your special provisions, there is an appropriation of quick response fund amounting to 1 billion, which will serve as a standby fund to be used for the replacement, reconstruction, rehabilitation, repair of school buildings and facilities in order that the situation, living conditions, people, communities, and areas stricken by calamities, epidemics, crises, catastrophes may be normalized as quickly as possible, as mentioned there. Who determines the beneficiaries of the QRF? The council or
QRF is
DepEd? Huh?
Yeah. The QRF is a standby fund
Oo.
for those who are affected by the natural hazards you mentioned. And this is determined by the local superintendents. They would know the situation on the ground and validated by the engineers and approved by you, by the secretary.
Okay.
It's also done in consultation with the LGUs.
Kung
Nagamit naman yung
kung
QRF.
kulangin, you practically answered my second question, but kung kukulangin, kung nagamit na before the year
The
ends.
QRF can be replenished from the NDREAM
okay.
fund, which is lodged in the DBM upon the request of the agency, upon the approval of the President.
Okay. Now, the government assistance to students and teachers in private education, GASPE, no? It was increased by 12 billion. 2015, 8.3 billion. 2016, 21.18 billion. Owing to the fact that there are an increase in the number of grantees, I understand, from 1,082,798 to 1,808,554 for 2016. How did we arrive at that number of grantees? Estimate lang yun, no? Estimate lang yun, or
Those are the estimated number of the those who will be utilizing the voucher system.
okay. I'm just clearing this up. Just one final point. Before I make you, before I allow you to go to sleep. Paragraph 16 of the DepEd Special Provision provides for allocation for the arm, which state DepEd shall ensure that the allocation for arms shall be released directly to ARM DepEd through the Office of the Regional Governor, based on the submission by the DepEd of allocation for arm per province, copy furnished said provinces. Maybe know why there is a special arrangement with ARM as regards budget allocation on education.
Mr. President, that is based on the law creating the autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao.
It is contained.
It is, in the ARM law.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow us to sleep.
Mr. President, there are no other members of the Senate who wish to interpolate. I thus move that we submit the budget of the DepEd for consideration of the body.
Before the chair acts on that, do I get the from the secretary? Secretary, pwede ba ninyong tignan na mabuti yung request natin para sa Batangas?
Of course. Pati sa Antique.
Ha?
Ako marami.
Secretary, nauhuli na to. Do we agree with each other? Okay. Yes, Majority Leader.
I reiterate my earlier motion, Mr. President.
Yes.
That we consider the budget of the
Is there any
DepEd
objection?
submitted for.
There being none, the budget of the DepEd is submitted.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session till 10 o'clock in the morning of November 25th, tomorrow, Wednesday.
Session will be suspended until 10 o'clock tomorrow.